Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. At least this time, they showed up. That was the comment by one of the local Marine veterans who attended Monday afternoon's Memorial Day ceremony at Cheyenne National Cemetery. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, which oversees national cemeteries, didn't update its website with a cancellation last year, prompting people from around the state and region to travel to Cheyenne for a ceremony that didn't occur. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was part of a crowd of about 200 people that gathered for the first Memorial Day Remembrance event after last year's observance was quietly canceled.
There were people there who showed up last year expecting a ceremony and didn't have one, and they came back again this year. And even the person who oversees the National Cemetery, that yes, that miscommunication is not going to happen again. It was a very nice, appropriate Memorial Day ceremony. Probably what people expected last year.
Tony Thomas, director of Fort Logan National Cemetery Complex in Colorado, told attendees that the 620 veterans buried in the cemetery deserve all the honor and respect people can give them. Well, ask anyone who knew Kim Love and they'll tell you he was never at a loss for words. It didn't matter what the occasion was. It could be a job interview, a board meeting, or a party. Love was going to say whatever he felt needed to be said whenever he felt it needed to be said. Love died on Saturday at Sheridan Memorial Hospital after a bout with cancer. The 79-year-old was a prominent figure in Wyoming's broadcasting industry and one-time restaurant owner, as well as a civic leader who helped build up Sheridan's downtown and Main Street.
Not only did he build Sheridan Media Empire basically from scratch, but it doesn't end there. I mean, he thought a lot about, how he can make his community better. And if you look on Main Street, you're going to see signs of him everywhere. For one thing, that Frackleton's restaurant, he helped save that not once, but twice. He was the driving force behind all those art sculptures on Sheridan. He wasn't afraid to think big.
Funeral arrangements for Love have not yet been announced. A motorcycle rally organized in response to the torture and killing of a wolf in Daniel will return to the western Wyoming town June 14th, despite a hostile reception from many locals last year. The main organizer of Hogs for Hope is a dog trainer and social media influencer, Jonas Black, from Austin, Texas. He told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that he plans on doing annual rides to Daniel every year until Wyoming reforms its wolf management policy.
He's not satisfied with Wyoming law because despite some changes to predator management, chasing and running predators down with snowmobiles is still technically legal in Wyoming, and he says he's going to keep doing it until that changes. So they're coming back to Daniel middle of next month. They plan on riding through Daniel again, so we'll see how that goes.
Although the Wyoming legislature did pass a bill that calls for possible felony criminal charges against people who deliberately prolong the suffering of predatory animals, Black is among those who think the new law doesn't go far enough. That's because it doesn't ban pursuing and running over predators with snowmobiles or other vehicles. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
When George Siemens was studying to be an archaeologist, the world was convinced that Clovis man was the earliest sign of humans in North America. Now, decades later, he's leading an archaeology dig on the Powers II Paleo-Indian site in Sunrise, Wyoming. That's one of a handful of sites in North America that are rewriting that bit of history. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the site is one of the few where researchers say they've found artifacts that predate Clovis man.
It's significant because up until recently, we thought that Clovis man, who goes back about 12,000, 13,000 years ago, was the first appearance of mankind, early man, in North America. But Sunrise and these other sites are kind of rewriting that.
The oldest artifact found in Sunrise to date is 16,000 years old, beating a previous find that had been dated to 14,000 years old. That makes it the oldest That makes it the oldest Paleo-Indian artifact found in the Western High Plains. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight.
Skylar, come here.
Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
The Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. Motorcycles for Wolves will convene again on Daniel to protest unnecessary torture of Lobos, particularly those run down by snowmobiles. Memorial Day snapshots across the state as Wyoming remembers the fallen. Beloved broadcast pioneer remembered in Sheridan. Kim Love, dead at 79 after a battle with cancer. Pine Bluffs Distillery wins a prestigious award for its small batch straight rye. Jackson businessman invited to the White House to share his thoughts on AI with VP J.D. Vance. Special guests today include the litigation team suing Teton County on behalf of a homeowner who claims extortion over the exorbitant housing mitigation fees he was hit with. James Dubinsky, professor of English at Virginia Tech, will dig deeper on Memorial Day, where it comes from, and what we can learn from poems and other writings of veterans. And the Money Mom, Monique Gagne, author of Who Took My Money, will help us discover who took our money. Where is my money? Jen, where's your money? Who took my money?
I need Monique on the case.
I know, because some of us don't budget like we should, maybe. I don't want to throw you in that group, but me, I mean, Monique will tell you you've got to know where you are financially and plan for where you want to go. That's the hard part, where you want to go. Like, I don't know. I want more money.
That's one of the worst conversations I ever had, was to sit down with an Edward Jones advisor. And and they forecast it out. And they're like, basically, you can't retire ever.
Yeah.
Like, okay. I figured.
So discouraging. Yeah, you kind of had in the back of your mind, you thought, I'll never be able to retire. And then you get some Edward Jones kid fresh out of college, some 24-year-old whippersnapper, and you say, yeah, you can't never retire. And you're like...
Those responsible people really stress me out. I mean, they've been planning since birth to retire, and they budgeted.
Hear that, Monique? We're already very sus.
Monique.
Yeah, you better be good, because here's your first two clients, man. Who took our money?
I am so tuning in for you, Monique. I need help.
Me too. What'd you do over the weekend?
I was working. Isn't that exciting?
What?
I did nothing. It was actually the weather, and the weather when it's rainy, I'm like, I don't mind working. This is cool. So I just basically worked on a story that I didn't get finished.
Okay. You're up in Gillette?
Yeah.
Okay. I was near there. I was in Buffalo, and the weather was like, if this is the kickoff to summer, man. Yeah. It was kind of windy, a little bit raw, a little bit wet.
Yeah, it was. I went out and took a hike yesterday. I was like, what am I doing? This hurts. Like the wind was pummeling me.
Yeah, I don't like.
What were you doing in Buffalo? Were you doing a rodeo?
Yeah, rodeo, high school rodeo.
I need to see you do that.
You got to watch that. His kids are so good. Yeah, and I'm so inspired by rodeo the sport, which is cool. Like of all sports, rodeo brings with it extra. Like basketball brings with it, in my mind, basketball and football, some dark shades of criminal. Like I don't know, the rapper gangster, like those sports. But like rodeo is just so, the kids in rodeo come up right, man. If I had a chance to have a, son or a daughter, I would get them rodeoing.
Yeah, those ranch kids in general. And anytime I feel hopeless about the future, I just go hit a county fair or do a rodeo.
Yeah.
Meet a ranch. Those ranch kids are just raised in a differently. I mean, they're just polite, they're driven, they're nice kids. I agree.
Super polite, driven, tough. Yeah, I watched a freshman. What are you as a freshman? You're like 16 years old, right?
I think younger.
15 maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
I watched this freshman kid, like the pressure of hometown rodeo. We're in Buffalo, and it was a Buffalo kid, freshman, in her first year of competing, and she needed like something second barrel run to be in the money, or to, it's just like a pressure run. Already enough pressure, but to do it in front of your family, your friends, like in hometown Buffalo. I'm thinking, the average 15-year-old is going to just wilt under the pressure of this kind of run. And no, she just goes out and puts up the fastest time of the day or a weekend. And I'm like, dang.
Yeah.
These kids, fearless.
Totally fearless and just good kids. I did a series on county fair here in Gillette, and I went and visited all these kids for their 4-H projects. And so I went out to a ranch, and I was going to talk to these 3 brothers about their bull or cow, one of those. And I got up to their house and I got lost, which is how I roll. And they opened the door for me, these 3 little boys. And I mean, it was so nice. And they weren't mad that I was like 30 minutes late because I was lost on the ranch somewhere.
This is how you roll. Lost and not planning for a financial future. It's Jen Coker.
There's a theme with me. Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah, and 3 young gentlemen say, welcome. Can we get you some tea?
Yes.
Yeah. That's so nice.
Yeah, and they wanted to get boots for me because I had to go out in the field. And of course, I'm wearing sandals because, again, that's how I roll. And they were all concerned about my feet. They're just sweethearts.
How about them? Well, we heard of the passing of Scott Talbot, one-time Wyoming Game and Fish Department director, long-serving director. Everybody speaks well of the departed, so you wouldn't expect anybody to have a negative comment. But seriously, Scott Talbot, when he was alive, and now, I mean, everybody loved this guy. He did it right. This is a hard job to do and please everyone.
Right.
And he really sort of did that. Scott Talbot remembered in a story of yours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another one where I got so many emails and people are just like, he was the best. It's another one where there is no harsh words said about him. And if we can judge the offspring of the man, then Peyton, his son, is a living testament to how good of a man Scott was. I mean, his son is just such a nice guy. And he handled that. It's not easy when you have to talk about your dad's passing less than a month after he's passed and how hard that is. And Peyton was just like, no, I want to talk about my dad. So it was neat.
I don't know Peyton.
He's a farrier.
Okay.
I just like saying that word in general, but I said, I need to do a story on you down the road because what do farriers do? I mean, they're still around.
They have back problems. I know that.
And what a job.
I know.
And he said that's what he's always wanted to do since he was a little kid.
No, I mean, I guess I like working with horses, but of all the times you're with a horse, whether you're training it, riding it, whatever you're doing with your horse, shoeing is one of the most frustrating things because it's physically demanding. You're bent over underneath a horse, and it's also, you see the worst of a horse, riding it, training it, whatever, you work through its problems. As a shoer, you're getting the worst this horse is ever going to be. It's like a dentist, you're going to the day. It's not a fun experience for equine, and they will let you know how much they don't enjoy the shoeing process for the most part. And to have patience to work through that, oh man, farriers, yeah.
Yeah. And some of those hooves are so overgrown.
Well, they shouldn't get to that point.
No.
I've trimmed many. I've never tacked a shoe on. I pulled them off and trimmed up a hoof, and that's enough for me. I do 1 foot, and I gotta go lay down and take a break.
Yeah, it looks intense, and I've been on a horse once, but I watch farrier because I'm a YouTuber, so you can find all the world on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I watch farriers, and I'm always amazed at it. You're right; it's the dentist of horsemanship.
Yeah. Well, Scott Talbot, one of the cool things about him is he might have been the last of a breed of these game and fish guys that get out of the office and get out there, as director. Like, he's the general. He's in the Pentagon wearing the most stars on his sleeve, directing forces, I guess. But no, he was out there, and that's why people really enjoyed Scott Talbot. They encountered him probably outside in the country.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was one of the parts of his job that he loved best, according to his son, was taking people out. And he said, it wasn't just he would stop and talk to you. You'd become his friend after that. And he'd want to show you all these different spots and make sure that you're getting out there. I mean, he was just passionate, and he lived that passion.
What a guy. Yeah, gone too soon, just 63, pancreatic cancer. Yeah, Scott Talbot remembered. I'm glad you did that story, Jen. When I heard about his passing, I thought, oh, man, there goes a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope they say that about me one day. There goes a good one. There goes a broke one, is what they'll say, because of my lack of financial planning.
Yes. Well, Monique might save you yet. You're young enough where there's hope.
True. Monique said, and that's actually in her latest book, is how college kids don't get into college debt, young age, and then starting over for those who've maybe filed Chapter 11 or whatever, declared bankruptcy. If you're starting over, starting a new job, starting a new life. So I'm going to do the starting over chapter with Monique. Let's start today to get right.
I'll start with you.
All right. Kelsey Johnson, we still don't know anything about this young lady. She's seen getting in a pickup. We believe she's in the Greeley, Colorado area, but still now a reward. Money talks. Money tends to get people's attention. There's now a reward for any information on Kelsey Johnson. 32-year-old disappeared all the way back in April.
Yeah, lots and lots and lots of tips coming in on that one. So I'm hoping that one of those tips leads somewhere. And I spoke to her dad, and her dad's like, I don't know what else to do but put up money. And you think about what happens to these families, and he's just trying to keep it together. And he said work is where he just goes to work, and that's kind of keeping him right. But yeah, I'm optimistic for Kelsey, and I think a lot of people care about her, and that's definitely in her favor because people are a lot of tips are coming in.
Kelsey, if you're watching this show, you're doing one good thing right. I like that. Good for you. But please, for people that like to just get out of a situation, I get that, man. There's plenty of times I want to just drop out, tune in. What's the LSD reference? Drop out, tune in, turn on.
I forgot about
There's
that.
plenty of times I've wanted to just drop out and just take a little time out. Yeah, I get that. But Kelsey, remember the people that, even if it's just a quick text, something that proves you're you, because we don't know, too many people can fake stuff. Just, reach out. Just say, I'm fine, leave me alone. That's good enough right now for the people worried about you, looking for you, Kelsey.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I've heard this from several people. She would not have skipped her son's birthday.
Yeah.
And again, I tell you this every time, that people always say that until that person does it. But in this case, the people are just like, absolutely not. And they know her well. And you always have to listen to the people who know her. But I agree. Kelsey, if you're out there, let someone know.
Yeah. All right. What are you working on? Something we're excited about?
Well, as if I would ever change topics, there's a missing man I just turned in a story about over in Sheridan, James Galloway, and he's been gone a month too. Same sort of situation, just walked off. And in his case, he had made a cryptic comment about somebody feeling like his life was threatened. So we'll see what goes on there. And I think I'm going to get on the ground and search on this one next week. And then also I did the story that's plaguing me, which ended up being a lot bigger than I would have anticipated, is about rural, can't say that word, policing, and kind of some of the issues that these sheriffs are dealing with in these enormous counties amidst budget cuts. And they're going to be forced to do more with less, and they're already operating on shoestrings.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. That's a big issue. I know Sweetwater County SO, not necessarily rural, and not necessarily a short-staffed department, but just dealing with the acreage that county covers. To put a deputy here and then have another one there at two different incidences.
It's really mind-boggling. And I was talking to Sheriff Alex Bakken from Carbon County, and he said their stretch corner to corner is 2 hours in good weather.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a challenge for a big state with gigantic counties that I found out, reminded again yesterday of how long it takes just to drive through one county. You're like,
No.
I know it's not Texas, but driving through Wyoming.
And three deputies on shift to cover Carbon County. Imagine.
That's tough. And then have the personnel and the manpower to be able to reach out to other states in the instance of Kelsey, who's missing, the manpower to reach out to Greeley PD and say, can you help us with this? We're looking for something. Like, it's just so much going on at any sheriff's office in Wyoming.
Absolutely.
I don't know how they keep it together.
And the different crimes per county I found interesting too. So I'm excited about this one. It's taken me a lot of time, but I think it'll be a good one.
Cool. All right. Good deal.
All right. When's Monique on? I'm tuning in for her.
Good question. Hold on. I think I have her. Well, I'm not supposed to say times on the show. It's if the show exists in no time. We live outside of time. She'll be on right after Mark Hines and right before Kevin Meyer, if you know the schedule.
Okay.
But yeah, Monique, she's going to help us out later today. Jen and I.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks,
all right,
Jen.
Jake, you have a good one.
Thank
I'll see you later.
Have a great Tuesday.
You too.
It's Jen Coker joining the show, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back. Our first break of the morning. Greg Johnson will join us right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Take a look at the weather forecast while we wait for Greg Johnson to join us in the Zoom room, if that's going to happen. I have no reason to believe it won't. Casper, chance of rain in the afternoon today, otherwise mostly sunny, highs 73. Lander, got a chance of rain in the afternoon as well with highs 74. Evanston, maybe some rain. It'll be mainly in the afternoon. Otherwise, sunny 73 at Evanston. Rock Springs 78. Chance of rain late afternoon if you get some. In Pinedale, slight chance of rain after 4. Clouds on the increase. Breezy 71. Afton sunny 72. DuBois, chance of rain late afternoon, mostly sunny, breezy, otherwise 69. Jackson, sunny, 73. Thermopolis, chance of rain after about 2 with clouds on the increase, breezy, 76 the high on Thermop. Cody, rain likely sometime after 1 p.m. with highs 73. Buffalo, chance of rain, otherwise partly sunny, breezy, 68. Sheridan, 73 with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Patchy fog in the morning for Gillette, otherwise partly sunny, highs upper 60s. Foggy Newcastle to start, but chance of rain in the afternoon. 66 the high. Torrington, maybe rain after 3, otherwise mostly sunny. Chance of rain in the afternoon in Cheyenne, otherwise mostly sunny, 71. 68 in Laramie with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Rawlins, rain, clouds on the increase, 74 today. A little bit rainy across the state. Don? Day weather forecast. Don Day joins us live in a little bit. Memorial Day weekend was a mixed bag across the state. I know in Gillette, Sheridan, Buffalo, a little bit wet, coolish. In other places in the state, not bad at all, considering Memorial Day might be the unofficial kickoff to summer for the rest of the United States. For Wyoming, maybe, kinda. I wouldn't put the boat out on the water yet, but maybe you bust open the grill, do some backyard barbecuing. That's okay, but a little early to get out on the water in Wyoming. The official, unofficial start to summer in Wyoming is more like 4th of July than Memorial Day, unfortunately. I don't know where Greg is. He might be into the rye whiskey. I would love to be. Pine Bluffs Distilling. Congrats to that little distillery. They're not big, but they're winning big things. The American Distilling Institute International Competition. International meaning, hey, that's whiskey makers from all over the globe. Pine Bluffs Distilling won a prestigious double gold medal at this international competition. It was their straight rye whiskey, which they love to brag about, that came home with a big win. And that's a big win for a small town craft distillery like Pine Bluffs. Chad Brown runs the whole show there. He's pretty happy about it. Hundreds of whiskeys entered in the international competition in various categories. Spirits with rye. Spirits with rye in their name numbered 65 this year. And there's I'm not enough of a whiskey connoisseur to remember what the difference is between whiskey, rye, bourbon. I know I should just surrender my man card right now. Rye or bourbon. I mean, we should go on a learning journey. Whenever I don't know something, which is, of course, not very often, but when it does occur, I like to, bring you along on the ride with me, whether you know it or not. And if you do know it, I appreciate a lot of folks just, chime in on our Facebooks or whatever. A lot of people text the studio line. We have a studio line, by the way, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. You shoot me a text, tell me what rye is compared to bourbon, compared to whiskey. Rye, bourbon, and whiskey are different types of distilled spirits, each with distinct characteristics. This is AI Google search, by the way. This is a robot gleaning the best of the interwebs to give us the answer. Bourbon's made with at least 51% corn, resulting in a sweeter, smoother profile. Yeah, I like bourbon. I don't like my whiskey to burn I'm not getting in off the dusty trail and like a cowboy. I just want a smooth bourbon. Rye is made with at least 51% rye. That yields a spicier, drier taste. Okay. Whiskey is a broad term encompassing various types of bourbon and rye. Whiskey just kind of refers to all those brown liquors, whether it's rye or bourbon. Okay, now we know a little bit more. That's good news. To get the distinction, by the way, double gold, of the 65 ryes entered, only a dozen would take home double gold. To get that distinction, a whiskey must score 90 or above with all 4 judges in a blind taste test. So judges don't know what they're drinking, from where. They have no preconceived notions. One of the judges wrote about Pine Bluffs Distillery's rye, wrote, incredibly expressive. And when I first read this, I thought it said incredibly expensive. Well, a good rye should be. No, the judge said incredibly expressive and complex with layers of aromas and big and beautiful palate with plenty of flavors and freshness and a big sweetness, but all working together to create a truly big finale. Wow, these judges are, it's like they swallowed a dictionary. It's like they swallowed a book of poems. These judges, all that in one shot of rye? Most people, when they pound a shot of rye, do not come up with the following. Here's another judge. A really great nose on this whiskey. I have never found myself saying that. You know, this has a great nose. I'm just trying to keep my nose out of the shot glass when I tip it back. A really great nose on this whiskey. Balanced and expressive, wrote one judge. Another said, nice, sweet, grassy, spicy palate. And I love the proof on this, which shows nicely. I don't know what a proof is, but yeah, these judges, obviously, they're way into whiskey. And they thought the straight rye from Pine Bluffs Distilling was award-winning. Double gold for them. All made with Wyoming-grown ingredients. Chad Brown says, yeah, that makes it harder to make. To source everything from in-states, more expensive. But, you know, if you're going to make an award-winning rye, you got to do it right. Pine Bluffs Distilling, Chad Brown. With a nice distinction. Good for you, Chad. Good for you, Pine Bluffs. Have you seen the documentary from Cowboy State Daily's video team, Hannah Brock and Riley Strand? Jeffrey City's Not Dead. That's the title of the documentary, the video. It's really cool. I have to take exception. I just drove through Jeffrey City late last night. Looked dead to me. Ain't much going on there. But it did not die, according to Hannah and Riley. And they do quality documentary video. I mean, right up there with, I don't know, anything you'll see from any networks. Really nice work. Jeffrey City's Not Dead. The voices of a modern Wyoming ghost town. Jeffrey City didn't die after the uranium bust of the 1980s. Some people just stopped looking for signs of life, say Hannah and Riley. The documentary traces the lives of 6 residents, offers a window into a place that sparks curiosity across Wyoming, but often dismissed and treated like a roadside oddity. Is so true. I mean, what I think of Jeffrey City is just a place that annoyingly you have to slow down from 80 miles an hour to 50. I say 80. Is that? I think the posted speed limit might be 70, which means 80. Come on. And you have to slow down to 50 for what? You know, you're like, oh, I'm getting into the busy downtown district of Jeffrey City. I better slow down to 50 according to YDOT. And that's just, I guess it's so you can enjoy that one trailer, that one mobile home over there and that shack over there. Instead of being the blur that they would be at 80 miles an hour, they're less of a blur at 50, but that's it. You're through. Before the time it told me to say that, you're through Jeffrey City. Right there on the 125-mile stretch from Rawlins to Lander. It's a beautiful drive. I mean, I was noting that yesterday. Everything's greened up in the state right now, thanks to the rain, thanks to the fact that it's May. A couple months from now, everything will be gold in color, all dried out. But right now, Wyoming is looking green, isn't it? Those of you who live here, that drive from Buffalo to Sheridan, green as can be. That drive down south along South Pass, Atlantic City, Jeffrey City, green. Yeah, driving Highway 789, blink and you might miss it, Jeffrey City. But a fantastic documentary. You got to check it out. They did a great job. Hannah and Riley, as they follow the lives of the Bordens, meet the Borden family in Jeffrey City. There are people who live year-round Jeffrey City. Now, yeah, there's not a lot going on out there. You're not going to run down to the grocery store for a forgotten gallon of milk or a loaf of bread. Everything's got to be more planned out when you live in Jeffrey City, but there are people that live there and they like the isolation. They enjoy that. It takes a certain kind of peoples to live in Jeffrey City. If you want to learn more about the partial ghost town, check out the story, Jeffrey City's Not Dead, the voices of a modern Wyoming ghost town. Comes with story, comes with documentary. That's a really nice watch. You'll like it. Jackson businessman Kevin Dineen was invited to the White House to sit down with J.D. Vance on a little charrette about AI, artificial intelligence. Dineen admitted when he got the invite, he thought, man, it's just going to be some kind of photo op, some glad handing. It's probably not going to be anything substantial about it or substantive. But the co-founder of Moterra Camper Vans, Kevin Dineen, who utilizes AI in his job, went to the White House, met with Vice President J.D. Vance, and met with others on this ad hoc committee to discuss artificial intelligence. Dineen said we were sitting around an actual table talking about our perspectives, hearing others, and these really were substantive meetings with a few photo ops sprinkled in as opposed to the other way around, Dineen said. America's 34 million small businesses today create more than half of all private sector jobs. Small businesses like Kevin Dineen's outfit called Moterra Camper Vans. Kevin Dineen, Jackson businessman. This is all timed perfectly for National Small Business Week, as some White House muckety-mucks wanted to talk AI policy. And Dineen said, yeah, there were 4 other hand-picked small business owners for the visit that turned out to involve high-level AI policy advisors who work for the vice president. And those advisors were all about rolling up their sleeves and getting to work. How artificial intelligence, how can we make it work for humans instead of working against humans or working instead of humans? How can AI work for us? We need to be the boss of AI. Dineen says he uses artificial intelligence in his own job, particularly to double check him. He doesn't have a partner, so to speak, at his job. He doesn't have a board to bounce things off of. He's just, one guy with a dream, one guy with a business. And sometimes if he thinks about second guessing a decision, he uses AI to come alongside and sort of double check, triple check. Dineen says he uses artificial intelligence primarily as a personal assistant and coach to double and even triple check some of his stuff, some of his decisions. He uses it to edit photos, brainstorm on advertising campaigns, stuff like that. But Dineen and others who are pictured in the story enjoyed sharing a little bit of time with J.D. Vance at the White House to talk AI. These people were from all over the country. And pretty cool that Kevin Dineen from Wyoming, from Jackson, Wyoming, got a chance to be part of that. Super cool, Kevin. All right, let's take a quick break. Come back with more stuff. I'll try to tee it up. I don't know where my man Greg is. I'll have to reach out. I'll do that during this break. We'll be right back with more. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, moving through a Tuesday after Memorial Day Monday. How was it for you, your 3-day weekend? Hopefully you enjoyed the time off and took time to remember Monday to honor, remember, think about, dwell on the great servicemen and women of the United States that gave the ultimate. Those who did not come home. Memorial Day Monday. What does Memorial Day mean? Where did it come from? How can we better connect with Memorial Day? Are you supposed to say Happy Memorial Day? I don't think so, but we're going to talk more with a special guest on later today who knows a lot about Memorial Day. Jim Dubinsky will be on. He's an associate professor of English, also a veteran himself. And he'll drop in with us later, talk about Memorial Day, where it came from, how it came into being. and why it could and should unite Americans over a common cause. And he especially explores, as an associate professor of English, he likes to delve into the writings of veterans. Some veterans keeping journals and writing poems. And he thinks we can learn a lot from that kind of stuff. He teaches over there at Virginia Tech, so we'll also have to ask him about those Hokies, right? Is it Hokies? They're the team that has Metallica play them in at Lane Stadium, right? I better get it right. I don't want to say go Hokies and it's not Hokies. Virginia Tech, that's the team that uses Metallica's Enter Sandman to come into the stadium, and the whole place is jumping, man. And then Metallica did a show there on May 7th, played live. And they said they triggered the Richter scale. They made an earthquake. A lot of headlines, I think, erroneously said Metallica triggers earthquake at Virginia Tech. They didn't trigger an earthquake. They were the earthquake, registering at, like 1 point something or 2 point. Like Metallica made an earthquake at Lane Stadium. Virginia Tech football. Yes, the Hokies. Okay, I'm right. Virginia Tech Hokies with the greatest play-in song of all. The team enters the field to Metallica's Enter Sandman, and the hair on your arms will stand up when you see it. It is. If I'm a visiting team and I watch the Hokies come running into that song, I'm like, okay, I would start to shrink up and I'd be hunting the bus home. Like, okay, let's get out of here. It is something to behold. So we'll ask Jim Dubinsky, Professor Dubinsky, see if he was there at the May 7th earthquake at Lane Stadium. I had something to go to next, and then I got busy answering all my emails, and Tuesday back after a 3-day break, and I'm still trying to catch up. Here's interesting news in the news. The love affair between President Trump and Tsar dictator Vladimir Putin appears to be over. At one time, those two were buddy-buddy. They both have similarities in their politicking style, I think. But of late, President Trump's really disappointed in Putin. Called Putin crazy. Absolutely crazy. President Trump thought he'd be able to end that Russian-Ukraine war easily. He thought, I'm buddies with Putin. Me and him, we hang out. I'll just tell Vladimir to cut the crap in Ukraine, and that'll be easy as that. And Trump did that and was surprised to find out that Putin's got a different agenda. The tiger riding Vladimir Putin. Didn't he have his shirt off and he was riding white tigers? I digest. I digress. Putin. I'm going to have to Google this now. This is the fun of the show, mostly. This is what you tune in for. I got news for you. If you're one of our new radio affiliates and you wonder, who did we just sign on? Who is this guy? What is this show? This talk show in the morning. What's it all about? It's me Googling stuff I don't know for hours. But we all learn together. Look at this Putin. If I type into the Googler, Putin riding a, and then I leave it blank, Putin riding a bear, Putin riding a tiger, President Putin riding a horse with no shirt on. Yep, that's the one I remember. Putin riding Trump. Oh, that'd be a good one. That's got to be a meme. Hopefully that didn't really happen. Putin's just whatever he can get on. He's like a rodeo guy of Russia. Just get on something. Putin riding a bear. Yes, there's a meme for that. Snopes says it's false. Darn. It looks so cool. Vladimir Putin all bare-chested riding a grizzly bear. Putin riding a tiger. That's the one I remember. Putin had, I thought he was gifted by some country, a tiger. Putin and the tiger. Russian president's 4 best photo ops. Putin rides a horse in southern Siberia. That's the one that started it all. Putin, the shirtless Putin doing his best Matthew McConaughey impression. Shirt off, pecs out, and riding a horse. That was all the way back in 2009 in Siberia. And then from that, everybody has put Putin on different animals with Photoshop. Putin riding a tiger, Putin riding a bear. It all fits the image. It's all on brand for President Putin, who is a man's man. And can often be found, attending different meetings in Moscow. Like if he has to be across town for this meeting on Ukrainian defense, he will ride a tiger over there, especially if traffic's bad. He'll just jump on his Bengal tiger and gallop over to the meeting. That's President Putin. So Trump thinks he can connect with this maniac who rides animals and finds out he can't. And now it's just reduced to name calling. BBC News reports that President Trump called Vladimir Putin, quote, absolutely crazy, following Moscow's largest aerial assault on Ukraine. So Putin gave some indication that he might be amenable to a ceasefire, that he might work with President Trump regarding an end of hostilities, and then flipped and carried out the biggest aerial assault yet to date on Ukraine. And Trump's like, what the? And said, Putin, you're crazy. Duh. Donald. That's something the whole world's known that since he got in office. And then Putin called Trump. Putin came back with, your president's a little over-emotional, which is Russian standard, right? I mean, typical Russians are emotionless. They're like machines for the most part. I hate to stereotype, but, I'm doing what Hollywood's always done. The Russian boxer, he's like emotionless, and Rocky fights on all emotion, but the Russian must kill, I will crush you. No emotion from the Russians. So, of course, Putin calls Trump emotional and Trump calls Putin crazy. These are exactly people following the script. Exactly. I think most people believe Putin's a little crazy. And most Russians would assume any American, especially Trump, who tends to runneth off at the mouth on occasion, is emotional. This is all right on script. But Trump said after Russia killed 13 people in Ukraine with 367 drone strikes and missiles, Trump said he has gone absolutely crazy. Putin, meaning Putin, needlessly killing a lot of people. Well, light bulb finally on, President Trump. Yes, you can't befriend Putin unless you yourself ride tigers to work. Once you start riding a grizzly bear to and fro for your commute, then maybe you can get into the mindset of Vladimir Putin. You got to take your shirt off, too. Beat your chest. But yeah, Putin's... He's different. Trump's different. And those two in the same room, Oh, they're like the magnets that repel, right? Not come together, I'm thinking. Yeah, all right. We got to do more stuff. We got to break for news here at the top of the hour, and we'll do that. Lots of guests today. Oh, we're gonna go from one interview to another. Tons of guests coming up. David Dearson, attorney with PLF. Coming up, Jim Dubinsky. We'll talk about Memorial Day. Coming up, Jackie Dorothy on the show. Don Day weather forecast. Mark Hines will be with us. Monique Gagne, Kevin Meyer, and so much more. Stay there.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. One day before President Donald Trump signed sweeping executive orders last week to streamline licensing for nuclear reactors and handling radioactive waste, a Nuclear Regulatory Commission official testified before Wyoming lawmakers, highlighting the commission's autonomy, independence, and strong focus on safety. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that some of the Wyoming legislators attending the hearing in Casper on Thursday, along with industry watchdogs outside Wyoming, now question the NRC's focus and independence.
They had someone there from the Dallas office of the NRC explaining, as he put it, the new mission statement, which really emphasized getting things moving and efficiency and responsiveness to industries that they regulate, which is nuclear waste, generation, creating small modular reactors like the ones proposed for a project in Bar None. Outside watchdogs who keep track of the NRC are a little concerned, like, what's the priority here? Is the priority just to get projects approved, or are we really going to regulate these for the health and safety of Wyoming residents?
Trump's orders could have significant impacts for at least 3 Wyoming projects seeking federal approval. Barbed wire is a fixture of rural life in the U.S. Repairing and replacing barbed wire fencing is one of the most important and least enjoyed tasks for anyone on a working ranch. But a rancher in Cody has found a way to recycle old, unusable stretches of barbed wire. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to Janelle Prowse, who has turned something functional into artistic tumbleweeds.
A lot of people have bad barbed wire memories. So the idea of barbed wire being twisted into something that's beautiful and evocative and brings up all those emotional experiences because they see it in a different context is what the artist I spoke to said was really powerful about working in the medium of barbed wire.
Millions of miles of barbed wire still stretch across the United States, especially in Wyoming. Artists don't have to go far to find material to work with. Memorial Day weekend may be considered the unofficial start of summer for many people, but for those serious about smoking meat, it's also the start of barbecue season. Serious grillers now begin their summer of experimentation, tweaking, and attention to the most minute details, especially for those who covet a spot at the Wyoming State Barbecue Championship in Worland the 3rd weekend in August. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that it's not just the cooks who work at perfecting their craft, judges are just as rigorous.
I was really fascinated to find out that you can't just walk in and become a judge. You have to go to school. You have to learn all these different aspects of it. You had to become certified. And the more certified you are, the more that they want you to judge. So it really is this whole culture and this competition level that I didn't even understand until I really started investigating this story.
Dorothy found out that events like the Wyoming State Championships are not your average backyard barbecue, and a good judge can tell instantly if an entry has been prepared by a professional or an amateur. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Jeffrey City's townhouses are a stark representation of the nearly deserted community's once bustling population. The 10 buildings, which each have 6 1,800 square feet apartments, were once full of families and brightly painted homes before the uranium industry went bust in the Fremont County town in the 1980s. But Cowboy State Daily videographers Riley Strand and Hannah Brock discovered that while many of the doors and windows are boarded up, there are a handful of tenants living in the townhouses, including Bill Rowley, who's taken on the role of caretaker.
I'm the caretaker here at Jeffrey City Townhouse Complex. I've been living in Jeffrey City since 2017. I moved here in August of 2017.
These townhouses were originally built in the mid-1970s to house Western Nuclear's growing workforce and their families. Bill thinks some of them have sat empty for about 3 decades.
You can watch the entire documentary called Jeffrey City's Not Dead on the Cowboy State Daily website. That's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. It's May 27. Day after, it's back to work day for a lot of us. Day after a 3-day holiday weekend, Memorial Day. Expecting David Dearson to join us on the show, but kind of like Greg Johnson, it's an empty green room. All right. I was just up in Sheridan on Sunday night. Frackleton's was closed. Dang it. You know what they got up in Sheridan is a Cowboy Cafe a la Du Bois. I didn't know that. So I went there. Me and the wife. Cowboy Cafe, of course, world famous for their pies. And a great little cafe diner in Du Bois. Always, I mean, it's like the most popular place in Du Bois. Always during tourist season. I mean, you can't even get in there. And now they have a Cowboy Cafe in Sheridan. I didn't know that. Now I know that. But Sheridan also the home to Kim Love, Sheridan broadcast pioneer, business owner, philanthropist. Kim Love. Friends and family recall him as outspoken, which, you know, you sometimes need to be. Never afraid to say what's on his mind. It doesn't pay to be a radio guy and not have opinions. It makes for kind of quiet broadcasting. I'm sure I'm considered outspoken at times. Not always right, not usually right, not ever right, according to the wife, but willing to just lay it out there, start a conversation, just say stuff, as stupid as it may be. Well, Kim Love had opinions. And he let people know. And in the beginning, it was friction. And then people began to see that, you know what? That's just who Kim Love is. And he has the best in mind for Sheridan. Civic backer of Sheridan. I mean, he was pro Sheridan as he gets. And that's what won out in the end. Kim Love might be controversial. He might, every time he turned the mic on, you'd say, ooh, can't believe Kim Love said that. But in the end, Kim Love was all about Sheridan. And people came to embrace that part. Kim Love, 79 years old, died on Saturday. Sheridan Memorial Hospital, bout with cancer. Prominent figure in Wyoming's broadcast industry. A salute to Kim. From those of us who have taken up the mantle, those of us in the broadcast industry, only us in it can know the true strife that comes with it. One-time restaurant owner, civic leader, helped build up Sheridan's downtown and Main Street. Kim Love was Sheridan for decades. Renee Jean has more on the loss of a legend.
Ask anyone who knew Kim Love, and they'll tell you he was never at a loss for words. It didn't matter what the occasion was. It could be a job interview, a board meeting, or a party. Love was going to say whatever he felt needed to be said, whenever he felt it needed to be said. Love died on Saturday at Sheridan Memorial Hospital after a bout with cancer. The 79-year-old was a prominent figure in Wyoming's broadcasting industry and one-time restaurant owner, as well as a civic leader who helped build up Sheridan's downtown and Main Street.
The work that he's done speaks volumes for him and is going to continue to speak volumes long into the future. Not only did he build Sheridan Media Empire basically from scratch, he started with a little dumpy radio station that was above a flower shop, but it doesn't end there. I mean, he thought a lot about, how he can make his community better. And if you look on Main Street, you're going to see signs of him everywhere. For one thing, that Frackleton's restaurant, he helped save that not once, but twice. He was the driving force behind all those art sculptures on Sheridan, and he's also the one who brought that Da Vinci horse. He read the story about that in an art class, and he was like, Sheridan has to have that. He wasn't afraid to think big.
Funeral arrangements for Kim Love have not yet been announced.
Yeah, like I said, a trip to Sheridan not complete without dinner at Frackleton's, but it was closed Sunday night. And then those sculptures, I love the artwork along Main Street Sheridan. Main Street Sheridan is often held up as the main street of Wyoming, the main street of the United States. This is how a main street should be. It's got a mix of new and a nod to tradition and Western. Main Street Sheridan, like no other. Kim Love, largely responsible for what you see there. Yeah, that's a tough loss. You don't replace a guy like that in the business. David Dearson, maybe I'm really just double check, make sure I haven't done something wrong here. David Dearson, it could be a time difference. I know Dearson's on the left coast. He might be. A lot of our guests get messed up with the hour difference or 2 hours, whatever it is. But we're going to have to maybe give up on Dearson and move right to Don Day. I want to ask Don Day about this dude that got sucked up in a vortex. He was parachuting or paragliding. He was doing the paragliding thing where you fly around, catch thermals and stuff. And this dude he caught a thermal all right. He caught an updraft, I guess. I don't know if I'm using the correct weather terminology. Don Day would know. And he got sucked up into this vortex, and it was, according to the story, and this, don't believe everything you read on the interwebs. This story it's got a few typos in it, so and it's also from England, where, they don't care to follow any rules here with a United States story. It's from the very suspect U.S. Sun. which is UK based, right? Isn't it? I thought. Yeah, the U.S. Sun. So this is the tabloid you find when you're checking out of the grocery store. And, you know, you see stuff like Selena Gomez admits to having 5 arms. What? And you just have to grab it and buy it just to see if it's true that Anne Hathaway really did behead her first husband. This guy, Shock Video, it's called. Shock Vid shows half-frozen paraglider sucked into a 5-mile vortex in the sky. And this dude, it's got videos, so how fake can this be? Although you can fake anything now. And this dude is like all iced over. Like legitimately, you're looking at a video of a paraglider who is he looks like Jack Nicholson in the end of that one movie. When he's all froze to death. This guy survived. He reportedly became trapped in a rare cloud suction over China. What kind of guy is paragliding over China anyway? You're lucky that's all that happened to you, dude. Paragliding over China. Careful where you land. He was sucked into some kind of vortex, icy conditions, and the story says endured minus 40 Celsius. Which, what is that in Fahrenheit? I mean, that's cold. No way. This guy would have been frozen to death in mere minutes. And he spent like 5 minutes up there? Minus 40. If anybody knows, text me, 307-999-TALK. Minus, or I can just look on the Googler. Never mind. Never mind. I'll ask Siri. Minus 40 to Fahrenheit. And the only hard part of that is spelling Fahrenheit. Oh, minus 40 is minus 40. How convenient. The temperatures converge at minus 40. So whether you're talking C or F, it's still freaking cold. Use both the F and C. It's flipping cold. Minus 40. And this dude said he suffered frostbite, probably lost some digits. Yeah, it's pretty cool video. I forgot now why I'm even looking at this story. It's so we can ask Don Day what if this is really true, if this could happen, if you could be sucked up into a vortex. Whoa, it's like being vacuumed up by a black hole, right? That's so weird. 1 minute you're paragliding over China, happy-go-lucky. Wow, isn't this fun? I hope I don't land somewhere where the Chinese civilian army, what's that army over there you don't want to encounter? The CCP. Hope I don't encounter the Chinese Communist Party when I land. This guy's got to find a better hobby than paragliding over China. If that's not dangerous enough, getting sucked to 28,000 feet into the air into a rare cloud suction vortex. And he survived. Somehow. He doesn't look too good from the video. Minus 40. Oxygen, according to the story, if you can believe the U.S. Sun, oxygen would be like at where he was, 28. Wait, what feet was he? Like there's no oxygen. He didn't have any external source of oxygen, so he likely couldn't breathe very well, if at all. The incident now being investigated by authorities. Yeah, see? I would not paraglide over China. China National Aviation Sports Regulations. Oh, there's a mouthful. Who knew there was even such a thing? Chinese National Aviation Sports Regulations state that aerial activities need prior airspace approval from air traffic control. Yeah, much like the U.S. You can't just be flying around. You might get hit by a helicopter or a commercial airliner. Paragliding activities have to be carried out with a prearranged plan. Trips prohibited under adverse weather conditions. Basically, you don't want to be flying around in communist China. It's not the vortex that'll get you. It's the Chinese, in my opinion. All right, let's head to the Zoom room, see what Don Day has to say about a day weather forecast. Don, we're talking about some kind of vortex. I'm hoping you haven't seen this story. I like it when we surprise you. The U.S. Sun, very reputable news source, says that this dude was paragliding in China and he got sucked up into a vortex, and he experienced minus 40 Celsius or Fahrenheit. It's the same thing at minus 40. He was 28,000 feet in the air in a rare cloud suction, and he could barely breathe, and he got frozen pretty good. What is
It's not rare.
Oh.
He obviously made a poor decision. That sure sounds like a thunderstorm updraft to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, people have been caught in updrafts before. I mean, I've seen balloons get put into updrafts. I've seen gliders pulled into updrafts that are too strong. You know, it's one of those situations to where don't know if he checked the weather or not. But the vertical, you would be amazed at the amount of vertical motion happens in the atmosphere. You know, we tend to look at the weather kind of going west to east, that horizontal.
Yeah.
But yet it goes up and down all the time. And so you get a strong thunderstorm updraft. It does, you could be a 747. It doesn't matter. It's gonna bring you up. I mean, the lifting capacity. And was it a skydiver?
No, paraglider.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you just got sucked. Let's talk about that up and down, because what the paraglider wants to do is get on a thermal and ride an updraft created by heat. That's different from what we're talking about here with this vortex thingy.
Well, yeah, but that's how a thunderstorm updraft starts.
Okay.
You're going to start to get rising air. That's going to help form that cloud. And then as the cloud grows and builds, the updraft can strengthen as the cloud matures. So, yeah, it's one of those situations to where you want that, but you don't want too much of a good thing.
Yeah. And there's also downward moving air. Aviation back in the day would call it wind shear. Sometimes we call these microbursts.
Right.
Down air. That's not good either.
No. You don't want to be uncontrollably going up and uncontrollably going down, because that's why it's so dangerous in aviation, because sometimes it's not possible to get out of it. And there was a famous, maybe I should call it an infamous crash in Dallas, Texas, of a L-1011 that got pushed down from one of these microbursts near a thunderstorm. And the pilots, there was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could do to get control of the aircraft back. And that is why, and I know that a lot of people who travel can relate to this. When we get into thunderstorm season, especially in our regional hubs like Denver, especially Salt Lake, but especially Denver, the pilot will get on and say, we've got problems with winds in Denver and we're going to have to circle, or we're going to have to land at another airport and wait for it out. That's because of microbursts. And some airports are more susceptible to others. And Denver is kind of like the poster child for microbursts.
Yeah. Can you imagine you're just 100, 200 feet from touching down, all of a sudden a microburst happens, you get down to the tarmac way faster than you anticipated. That's
right.
Can't be fun. That's the ups and downs of weather forecasting. It's always there. Don, what's going on this Tuesday?
Well, we have what I'd call just textbook late May weather. After a very cool, wet weekend in the east and a pretty decent weekend in the west, we're going to see a little warmer temperatures today, but it's at that time of year where showers and thunderstorms could pop up just about anywhere, anytime. And it'll be that way probably all the way up through Friday. And as we get into the weekend, it'll warm up. We're going to have a little taste of, dare I call it, early summer this weekend with some warmer temperatures. Thunderstorms aren't going to be as numerous as well. I think the weekend coming up will be the weekend everybody wished they had this past weekend.
Yeah, I think you're right. This coming weekend is that was just a trial run last weekend.
That's right.
We're gonna get it right this weekend. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. We'll get in the room with Jim Dubinsky and we'll talk Memorial Day right after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Tuesday, day after Memorial Day, and we welcome into the conversation James Dubinsky. Jim, hi, Professor Dubinsky. You're muted, by the way, so okay, there you are. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
You bet. I mean, we should have done this yesterday, but like a lot of Americans, we were taking a bit of a day off. But Memorial Day, before we even get into Memorial Day and what I want to talk about there, I imagine you're in your professor office there at VT or at Virginia Tech. Is that where you are right now?
Actually, I'm in my professor office in my home.
Right.
But, the semester is over.
Oh,
And
okay.
just a little over a week ago, we had graduation. So I live in Roanoke, which is a little bit about 40 miles north of Blacksburg. I lived in Blacksburg for 18 years, but we live here now.
Well,
I commute.
even from Roanoke, you can probably feel the ground shake when the Hokies take the field. That's the first thing I want to get to, Jim, is the May 7th earthquake created by Metallica at Lane Stadium. This is one of the scariest, coolest, hair-raising football entries in all of college sports. When the Hokies take the field to Metallica's Enter Sandman, the ground moves, the earth moves, and Metallica made an earthquake. Where were you when that happened?
Well, actually, I was not there for that one. There are a lot of reasons. I'm sad to miss it, though. I was paying a lot of attention to it. I had been at the last big event we'd had, which was after the shooting tragedy when John Mayer played. But I followed it closely and was jumping up and down here in Roanoke, supporting all of my fellow Hokies as they celebrated, the end of a school year and also the opportunity to share with the band that created our iconic entry song. So that was really cool.
Yeah, what a moment. The whole state of Virginia, I'm sure, was jumping up and down, which it sends the Richter scale needle going crazy. But
it did actually create a small earthquake, and we call ourselves we are all Hokies or Hokies United, and everywhere you go, I run into a Hokie somewhere.
Yeah. Well, as it should be. James Dubinsky, Associate Professor of English at Virginia Tech. I want to talk Memorial Day. I know it's important to you, close to you. First, let's explain what it is and where it came. I think some of us still struggle with what is Memorial Day compared to the other days honoring military. Should you wish somebody a happy Memorial Day? That sounds wrong. Where did it come from? What is it?
Well, it's a special holiday because unlike Veterans Day, which celebrated really ultimately comes from Armistice Day and celebrates the winning of World War I, the closing of World War I, Memorial Day is a solemn occasion because it was meant to honor. I don't even want to say celebrate because that may be I have to be careful, but honor the people who fell during the Civil War, and the beginnings of it are a little hazy. Some people claim that it began even before the war ended in Pennsylvania. Some people claim it really began in Charleston, South Carolina, just after the war ended at a racetrack with a large contingent of African Americans who were recently freed, honoring all these soldiers who were buried at a racetrack. Regardless, within a year of the war ending, people on both sides, whether in New York or Mississippi, were putting flowers on the graves of fallen soldiers, and in some cases, fallen soldiers from both sides. I've heard stories of small towns in Maine who honored Confederate soldiers. So it's not as if for the further away from the South you go, it's still people were thinking about honoring the graves. And initially it was called Decoration Day. That was and the whole point of that again was decorating the graves of the soldiers who fell with flowers. And the actual order, I actually wrote a small piece about this a while ago, and it was 1868, a couple of years afterward, the Grand Army of the Republic, which would be like the first. We would think of them as the equivalent to veterans of foreign wars or maybe American Legion, but the Grand Army of the Republic, the general who commanded that, I actually wrote it down here. Strewing the flowers or otherwise decorating the graves of comrades who died in defense of their country. So that was really, that's the notion of it. And so Yeah, I think you're right. Celebrating, wishing people a happy Memorial Day. I tend to take Memorial Day and just being quiet. I mean, I have from beginning of my military career, just a small. I mean, four of my uncles served in World War II, and my dad in Korea. And one of my uncles was in Pearl Harbor, and then he ended up on a submarine. He ended up coming home, and he committed suicide. So, I've been very aware of the cost of war in our family before I even decided to sign the papers and join myself. So, it's a sacrifice, and it's not just everybody who. And again, the point of that is, it's not just everybody who dies in combat. Some people die after combat as a result of combat, right? Their wounds, mental or emotional or physical, and all of those people. My family, we have my dad's buried at Arlington. We have a lot of, it's a day of quiet honoring. Is really what it should be.
Yeah. I know I find myself almost saying that word celebrate, but that's not right. It's honoring, it's remembrance, it's taking a moment to reflect on some who've paid the ultimate cost. You always hear, freedom's never free, and the price you remember on Memorial Day. You're 28 years in the U.S. Army. I know this is a little bit off topic, but regarding veterans who are fortunate enough to return from an overseas conflict from wherever where they may have seen action or not, and are here, they're back. And what should we do with veterans we see on Memorial Day? Because I know some struggle with guilt of coming back when some others didn't. And that's going to be hard for them. We still want to remember them. I know it's not Veterans Day, but we want to remember them in Memorial Day as well. We're remembering the dead, the departed, but also veterans who are here with us and saying, hey.
Well, I think this is how I look at a wide range of my friends and colleagues, and I noticed that one colleague I actually met when I was getting my master's degree on active duty. I was at Berkeley, of all places, and a young guy who just come from the Peace Corps was so interested in my world that he followed me in. After he left Berkeley, he joined the Army, and he ended up, he's so much younger than me, and he went into Afghanistan. And yesterday he was posting a tribute to people he knew who had died in Afghanistan. Right? He made it back from Afghanistan, but several of his comrades didn't. And then another of my dear friends who served, a little older than me, who served in Vietnam, was posting pictures of people he served with in Vietnam who didn't make it back. And so I think it's not so much, although I think for everybody it's different. I don't know if it's guilt, but it is the notion of remembering, right? And memorial and remembering, there's a connection between those two words, right? And so you're tying the past to the present, and you're trying to find the value in it. And so for veterans, what should veterans? I mean, I think one of the questions that may or is sort of embedded in all this are veterans are, and Memorial Day of all things is a place where you have a group of people, the military who serve, and whether they're those who died or those who are still with us, to include myself. We're a small percentage, right? There's only 6.7% of the United States population have ever served. They're veterans, right? That's a small percentage. And they're representing, though, the entire nation. And, like I was telling my wife this morning as we were talking about when my first responders are servants in this very similar way, but they're servants in your community. But veterans are people who serve the nation. And the nation, again, when you think about it, it's not a physical space like a community, it's an idea. And so, it's based upon texts, the Constitution and the Declaration, which are about ideals of ways of life that we want to support. So when we take an oath, we take an oath to the Constitution we don't take an oath to the president, we don't take an oath to the nation, we take an oath to the Constitution. And And I think that's what separates us from other people. And the people who've died were willing to sacrifice their lives for an idea, that all people are created equal, that we live with the rule of law and consent to govern and due process and all these things that are embedded in these texts that we swore an oath to defend, support and defend the Constitution against all enemies. Right. So,
yeah, that's a good distinction. Who you're taking the oath for, who you're pledging it to. Yeah, the ideals of a country, not necessarily anyone who's in the White House, etc. We're talking to Jim Dubinsky. The voice may sound familiar. That's former on-air personality at WUVT.
Yeah,
I couldn't let that go.
Well, thank you. I had 12 wonderful years of hosting a morning show from 7 to 9 a.m.
Awesome.
on our college station, WUVT, and I also got to be the faculty advisor for that great group of kids there. And it's been around since the 40s. It started in a dorm, and they've kept it going. It's student run and student led, and it's amazing.
Well, I'm going to enlist you as my backup if I ever have to miss a day. One last thing, Professor Dubinsky, let's talk about the writings and the poems and journaling of veterans. Your story, and by the way, if you get a chance, get out on the interwebs there and check out a website called theconversation.com. Look for a story by Mr. Dubinsky. What veterans' poems can teach us about healing on Memorial Day? What's that about?
Well, I was actually thinking about that yesterday, and a poem by somebody I've recently been focusing on, who was named Archibald McLeish. And Archibald McLeish, like me, was an artilleryman, and he was also a lawyer, and he served in World War I. He was in the trenches in World War I as an artilleryman, and his brother was in the Air Force, and his brother was a pilot, and he died in France. And so Archibald McLeish comes back, and he although he's a lawyer, he really wants to be a poet, and he writes. And ultimately, McLeish becomes the first, well, not the librarian, he becomes a librarian of Congress, and he's the one who established, and he works for Roosevelt during the Second World War. What I look for in someone like McLeish or in other poets are people who can speak to what I would call human truths, and the fact that veterans are willing to put everything on the line. And poetry is a place where you put all of your emotions on the line. So I had the opportunity, for example, to teach a course at night, 13 weeks long, 2 nights a week, 2 hours a night for veterans and it was sponsored, and it was called Dialogues on the Experiences of War. And we read everything from the Declaration of Independence to contemporary poetry. And most of the students, they range from 28 to 84 years old. We had a sergeant major who had 3 PhDs and someone who just had finished high school with a GED. And yet the poems would bring us all together because they touched experiences that we had all shared in some way or another, and they get at the most inner parts of your soul, because they're compressed ways of expressing feeling, right? Spontaneous overflowing of emotion, as some people would say. So I like to use poetry, and I find it to be a very powerful way to help people see and find language that expresses things that maybe they hadn't expressed yet themselves. And what we also found is that many young and old people will try to write, and when they do, they find it's very cathartic. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but
yeah, it does. And you're right. Poetry is unique in its power to bring the kind of emotions we want to have in Memorial Day. I think of like all the country music songs you hear every Memorial Day concerning the topic, and it's that's poetry to music, and just got a way to reach us like nothing else, like no other medium. One last thing, Jim.
Could I read something? Could I read one of McLeish's poems?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and it's one that I was reading yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's called "The Young Dead Soldiers Do Not Speak." They say, "We have done what we could, but until it is finished, it is not done." They say, "We have given our lives, but until it is finished, no one can know what our lives gave." They say, "Our deaths are not ours, they are yours. They will mean what you make of them." They say, "We leave you our deaths, give them their meaning, give them an end to the war and a true peace, give them a victory that ends the war and a peace afterwards, give them their meaning. We were young," they say, "we have died, remember us." I think that gets at it as much as anything I could.
It does. And it really gets at what I think is sometimes lost, that second half of what Memorial Day should be. It's solemn and it's mourning, but it's not mourning like, oh, this person's dead and gone. No, you should use that to be inspiring for your life. Carry that out. Carry the meaning out of that death as an American. Yeah, that's wow. Great.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, because you've just said it so beautifully.
That's
couldn't have said it better
fantastic.
myself.
Well, you're paid to say it better than I am. I mean, you're a Virginia Tech English professor. I mean, all right, we got to bounce. Happy belated, and well, not happy, but I hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. And I really appreciate you being on and putting that day in perspective. It's still confusing for some Americans. What is it, and what should I do? And yeah.
Well, thank you, and thank you for hosting a show that tries to answer hard questions.
You bet. Professor Davinsky from Virginia Tech, home of the Hokies, and a lot of ground shaking going on over there in Lane Stadium. Thanks, buddy.
Indeed. Take care.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this quick break.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic. Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Welcome back in studio. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues here on a Tuesday after a 3-day Memorial Day weekend. 3-day weekend for most of us. Some of us had 4 days. Some of us had no days. Just kept on laboring. However you spent the 3-day weekend, I hope it was dry. Rained on some of us. Barbecuing and unofficial kickoff to summer. Don Day says this coming weekend is going to look more like the Memorial Day weekend you wish you had last weekend. It wasn't, weather-wise, it wasn't, terribly compliant. It did not conjure any kind of a premonition of summer for me. Not in Buffalo, Wyoming. Kind of chilly. Windy, wet, but this weekend looks much, much better. Let me move on to our next up. Jackie Dorothy is supposed to be with us. Everybody is taking a 4-day weekend, it looks like. Greg Johnson, no show. Jackie Dorothy, no show. Jackie had some good stories in the Cowboy State Daily we wanted to chat about. Eric says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Eric. In the studio feedback. So, yeah, well, I guess with no Jackie, let's do this day in history. What do you think? This day is, of course, May 27th. Not a ton of exciting things happen on this day in history. Wild Bill Hickok was born this day in Homer, Illinois. He wasn't born Wild Bill. His parents didn't know at his birth that he would become Wild or Bill. He was just James Butler Hickok. Born this day, 1837, Homer, Illinois, Wild Bill Hickok. This day, 1870, Indians who raided a Kansas Pacific construction crew on the 13th of the month crossed the Union Pacific near Antelope with cavalry in pursuit. This day, 1870. This day, 1876, the Powder River Expedition would leave Fort Fetterman. Letterbuck. 1893, this day, the first electric lights in Sheridan were turned on at the Sheridan Inn. So, hallelujah. Woo! Electric lights in Sheridan. This day in 1893. Sheridan comes into the modern age. How about that? 1908, Congress passes the Second Dick Act, part of a series of statutes that would fully establish the National Guard as the reserve of the Army. 1941, this day, President Roosevelt proclaims unlimited national emergency. That's concerning World War II, I would imagine. This day, 1944, Roy Rogers bought a horse to act as Trigger's stand-in. Why it's significant is Roy bought this horse in Lusk, Wyoming. Bet you didn't know that. 1944, this day, Roy Rogers, the famous Western cowboy, Hollywood Western cowboy, bought a horse to act as the stand-in for Trigger. Trigger got so dang famous that he couldn't be bothered, doing his own, when they have those stand-ins, when they do the marking, they just like they map out how the scene's going to go, and they say, okay, the horse will be standing here. Here's how the light should be, and this is how it'll. You can't have your stars do that. Roy Rogers didn't bother doing any of that stuff. He had a stand-in that would be his height, that would kind of look like him, and he would stand in for all the perfunctory stuff that Hollywood does to get a shot ready. And I imagine at some point, Trigger got big enough, important enough, that Trigger isn't going to stand in for himself either. I mean, he's Trigger. So Roy was looking for a horse that kind of looked like Trigger, that could do all the Trigger-like things and just not enjoy the fame. Darn. And he bought one in Lusk, Wyoming. That's pretty cool. This day, 2011, the Jackson Hole Historical Society and Museum has a grand opening for their new museum. That museum has since moved and reopened again as a bigger, better museum in downtown Jackson. These things happen on this day in history, May 27th. Let's do a little bit of rodeo, shall we? It's Will Rasmussen and the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen, fresh off a trip from the Coulee City Last Stand Rodeo in Coulee City, Washington, over Memorial Day. Today, Lynn Smith, one of the best pro rodeo officials in all of professional rodeo. I asked him today, do the judges ever get together and talk about a plan as far as the average marking of a horse? Interesting conversation with the great Lynn Smith coming up next.
Cattle producers join the Wyoming stock growers for the 2025 Cattle Industry Convention, headed for Laramie June 2nd through the 4th at the University of Wyoming's Conference Center. The theme this year is Embracing Opportunity, and will focus on cattle markets, trade, tariffs, taxes, and natural resources. This year's speakers include Kent Backus and Sky Krebs with the NCBA. And don't forget about the trade show. Register online by visiting the Wyoming Stock Growers Association's website, and we'll see you there.
This branding season, let Western Ranch Supply lend a helping hand with one of our popular cap tables. We carry a full selection from industry leaders like Foremost, Filson, Cow Country, Rupp, and the new hydraulic MJE table. From traditional to hydraulic, these cap tables are tough and durable, not to mention easy to use for operators and safe for your calves. Stop by our stores in Billings or Great Falls, or visit westernranchsupply.com. Western Ranch Supply, your branding headquarters.
Do you judges get together and say, our average horse, the average marking for a horse is 18 before the rodeo, or is that, or do you have a plan, or is it a work in progress?
No, it's work in progress. Never, that in the old days, I think that was out there, but nowadays, it's just your confidence and your knowledge, recognizing everything out there. We never talk about that. We'll ask each other once, well, what'd you mark that horse, or, and that's just part of the game, but. I mean, most of the time we're within a point of each other, the same, on an animal. Sometimes, he'll see it have a different angle, and he'll be 2 or 3 points lower than me. And what do you see? And then you a lot of times we can go back and look at it, because we got apps on our phones with the Cowboy channel, and you can go back and look at that. Oh shoot, I did miss that. So, but most of the time, no, it's just what you see. We never talk about what you're going to mark with an average horse.
He was a terrific basketball referee in the state of Idaho, and he was a rodeo competitor, now one of the finest rodeo officials in all of professional rodeo. Lynn Smith from the Idaho Falls, Idaho area on the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Thank you, Will. Thanks for the rodeo roadshow, the rodeo report. I was at a rodeo myself, final high school rodeo, final regular season rodeo, let's say. And then state finals are next. This was in Johnson County Fairgrounds, Buffalo, Wyoming, high school rodeo over the Memorial Day weekend. It was fantastic, fun had by all. Little bit soggy on Saturday, but Sunday, Monday, fantastic. And just see these high school kids perform, do what they do in rodeo, and right back to Buffalo for the state finals next week. That'll be exciting. Pretty fun deal. All right, well, we've run out of time here this hour. Top of the hour news for many of our affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side of that with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, including special guests. Mark Hines will be with us. Monique Gagne, the money mom, is going to tell us who took all our money. Kevin Meyer will join us as well.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. At least this time, they showed up. That was the comment by one of the local Marine veterans who attended Monday afternoon's Memorial Day ceremony at Cheyenne National Cemetery. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, which oversees national cemeteries, didn't update its website with the cancellation last year, prompting people from around the state and region to travel to Cheyenne for a ceremony that didn't occur. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was part of a crowd of about 200 people that gathered for the first Memorial Day Remembrance event after last year's observance was quietly canceled.
There were people there who showed up last year expecting a ceremony and didn't have one, and they came back again this year. And even the person who oversees the National Cemetery, that yes, that miscommunication is not going to happen again. It was a very nice, appropriate Memorial Day ceremony. Probably what people expected last year.
Tony Thomas, director of Fort Logan National Cemetery Complex in Colorado, told attendees that the 620 veterans buried in the cemetery deserve all the honor and respect people can give them. Well, ask anyone who knew Kim Love and they'll tell you he was never at a loss for words. It didn't matter what the occasion was. It could be a job interview, a board meeting, or a party. Love was going to say whatever he felt needed to be said whenever he felt it needed to be said. Love died on Saturday at Sheridan Memorial Hospital after a bout with cancer. The 79-year-old was a prominent figure in Wyoming's broadcasting industry and one-time restaurant owner, as well as a civic leader who helped build up Sheridan's downtown and Main Street.
Not only did he build Sheridan Media Empire basically from scratch, but it doesn't end there. I mean, he thought a lot about, how he can make his community better. And if you look on Main Street, you're going to see signs of him everywhere. For one thing, that Frackleton's restaurant, he helped save that not once, but twice. He was the driving force behind all those art sculptures on Sheridan. He wasn't afraid to think big.
Funeral arrangements for Love have not yet been announced. A motorcycle rally organized in response to the torture and killing of a wolf in Daniel will return to the western Wyoming town June 14th, despite a hostile reception from many locals last year. The main organizer of Hogs for Hope is a dog trainer and social media influencer, Jonas Black, from Austin, Texas. He told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that he plans on doing annual rides to Daniel every year until Wyoming reforms its wolf management policy.
He's not satisfied with Wyoming law because despite some changes of predator management, chasing and running predators down with snowmobiles is still technically legal in Wyoming, and he says he's going to keep doing it until that changes. So they're coming back to Daniel middle of next month. They plan on riding through Daniel again, so we'll see how that goes.
Although the Wyoming legislature did pass a bill that calls for possible felony criminal charges against people who deliberately prolong the suffering of predatory animals, Black is among those who think the new law doesn't go far enough. That's because it doesn't ban pursuing and running over predators with snowmobiles or other vehicles. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
When George Siemens was studying to be an archaeologist, the world was convinced that Clovis man was the earliest sign of humans in North America. Now, decades later, he's leading an archaeology dig on the Powers II Paleo-Indian site in Sunrise, Wyoming. That's one of a handful of sites in North America that are rewriting that bit of history. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the site is one of the few where researchers say they've found artifacts that predate Clovis man.
It's significant because up until recently, we thought that Clovis man, who goes back about 12,000, 13,000 years ago, was the first appearance of mankind, early man, in North America. But Sunrise and these other sites are kind of rewriting that.
The oldest artifact found in Sunrise to date is 16,000 years old, beating a previous find that had been dated to 14,000 years old. That makes it the oldest Paleo-Indian artifact found in the Western High Plains. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
And we're back in studio here, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. Good to have you with us. Thanks for coming alongside. Start your day with us. Thank you, radio folks down there in the Cheyenne area carrying the show. That's cool. Riverton, Jackson. We're trying to get all over the place in radio syndication, all part of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Radio Network. Mark Hines will be joining us. He'll talk about his story today. Big story. Motorcycle rally is going to come back to Daniel. Last year, about this time, right? May. Weren't they gathering last year in May? I thought. May 26th. So almost a year to the day. Hogs for Hope motorcycle rally rolled into Daniel yesterday, a year ago, May 26th. That was in response to the torture and killing of a wolf in Daniel, a story that made worldwide headlines. That happened in February of 2024. Wolf hit with a snowmobile, captured, kept alive for hours. February 29th, 2024. Local resident Cody Roberts took the wolf with a duct tape mouth to the Green River Bar in Daniel, showed it off, and that had folks outraged when those photos were leaked or those photos were shared online worldwide. People were outraged. Boy, did that story create a stink. And Hogs for Hope, a motorcycle rally, was launched in response to this to let folks in Daniel, Wyoming know that this kind of behavior towards wildlife and wolves in particular would not be tolerated. The event was organized by Jonas Black of Austin, Texas. He got a bunch of motorcycle friends to ride into Daniel and just wave around signs. It was peaceful. I know some law enforcement was on hand to make sure things didn't get out of hand. Wyoming legislature passed a bill, House Bill 275, the Clean Kill Bill Act, signed into law by Governor Mark Gordon earlier this year. It calls for potential felony criminal charges against people who deliberately prolong the suffering of predatory animals. Dispatch cleanly and quickly is what should be the message here. The legislation passed, and Paul Ehrlich spoke to Mark Hines, said, I believe this bill is incredibly strong, sends a powerful message. It has significant penalties for those who torture any wildlife in Wyoming. However, Jonas Black and others think it does not go far enough, because it does not ban the pursuing and running over of predators with snowmobiles or other vehicles. And that's a practice commonly called whacking, yoke whacking, wolf whacking. And for those not from Wyoming who want to understand what's going through the minds of some Wyoming people, the ability to dispatch a wolf that may or may not be messing with your livestock is kind of hard in the summer. You're not going to encounter wolves very easily. But in winter, the playing field's kind of level tilt a little bit more towards the humans. You have a much more likelihood of being able to find a wolf and get to a wolf, and that's because of the deep snow. And when man can travel on a snow machine at great speeds and the wolf is post-holing through snow and can't really run away, it creates an advantage for the human, and you can get to a wolf or a coyote a lot easier. And then when you get to it, what do? Harass it. Do you stop and shoot it? No. I mean, what the preferred method of many Wyomingites is simply run a wolf over. It's legal if the wolf is not, if you're talking about a non-trophy zone area. In some parts of the state, the wolf is considered a trophy animal, and there's a hunting season, and you can't just kill a wolf anytime you want. In other parts of Wyoming, a wolf can be dispatched by any means necessary. Trapping them, blowing them up, poisoning them, and running them over with your snowmobile. That bill that was passed, that House bill, says if you're going to kill a wolf, you got to do it quickly and cleanly. The Clean Kill Bill, House Bill 275, is running a wolf over with your snow machine a quick, clean kill. That's what's up for debate, I suppose. Mark Hines talks more about that with Wendy Cord. Sounds like this.
A motorcycle rally organized in response to the torture and killing of a wolf in Daniel will return to the western Wyoming town on June 14th, despite a hostile reception from many locals last year. The main organizer of Hogs for Hope is dog trainer and social media influencer Jonas Black of Austin, Texas. He told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that he plans on doing annual rides to Daniel every year until Wyoming reforms its wolf management policy.
He's not satisfied with Wyoming law because despite some changes to predator management, chasing and running predators down with snowmobiles is still technically legal in Wyoming. And he says he's going to keep doing it until that changes. So they're coming back to Daniel middle of next month. They plan on riding through Daniel again. So we'll see how that goes.
Although the Wyoming legislature did pass a bill that calls for possible felony criminal charges against people who deliberately prolong the suffering of predatory animals, Black is among those who think the new law doesn't go far enough. That's because it doesn't ban pursuing and running over predators with snowmobiles or other vehicles.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the practice. I don't want to be the one that tells Wyomingites what they can and can't do. I'm not the one. That's up to state lawmakers. But me, myself, personally, I cannot bring myself to run over a wolf with a snow machine. I just don't. I don't see myself doing that. I don't have reason to do that. I suppose if I was a rancher and was caring for cattle, there have been times where livestock was something that I was a caretaker of. If a wolf was creating issues, if a wolf was eating the assets, then it's time for the lever action 30-30. Shoot, shovel, shut up. Or if it's legal, if you're in an area where you can shoot a wolf or a coyote that's bothering your livestock, yeah, I understand that. Chasing them around with your snow machine sounds like you might want to find better things to do with your time, honestly. But that's me. Mark Hines, we're going to call him a no-show. Give him the buzzer. I don't know. Something. We're sluggishly coming back from a holiday weekend. Yeah. Buzzer for Mark. I don't know what's going on with our scheduled guests. Presumably, Kevin Meyer will have a better understanding of our schedule and drop in with us. Our Douglas Cowboy making horse sense of the world. He'll be here shortly. We're hoping. Other stories we're following, Cowboy State Daily, is the ceremony yesterday. The ceremony that wasn't last year was the ceremony that was yesterday. Greg Johnson has this story. About 200 people turned out at the Cheyenne National Cemetery on Monday to remember America's fallen heroes. This time they showed up, said one veteran. He's talking about last year's ceremony that was scheduled, supposedly, just like my scheduled interview with Mark Hines. And no one showed up. Ross Tucker is the guy who said that. They call him Poke. Poke Tucker said at least this time they showed up before the start of Monday afternoon's Memorial Day ceremony at Cheyenne National Cemetery yesterday. Rob Courtier said, yeah, let's just say they caught a little flack over that one. Both those two men served with the Marines in the Vietnam War. And they were talking about what happened last year. Cowboy State Daily wrote about it to let readers know that the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, which oversees national ceremonies, failed to update their website with a cancellation of the ceremony last year. And that had a lot of people traveling to Cheyenne going to the ceremony and There's no VA. The VA didn't show up. Tucker said they told everybody it was going to happen. Then nobody showed up. Even the VA didn't show up, but I did. I was here. Greg Johnson talks more about this story, the ceremony in Cheyenne yesterday, where this time, a year later, folks did show up.
At least this time, they showed up. That was the comment by one of the local Marine veterans who attended Monday afternoon's Memorial Day ceremony at Cheyenne National Cemetery. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, which oversees national cemeteries, didn't update its website with the cancellation last year, prompting people from around the state and region to travel to Cheyenne for a ceremony that didn't occur. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was part of a crowd of about 200 people that gathered for the first Memorial Day remembrance event after last year's observance was quietly canceled.
It had been raining all weekend and it cleared up just in time to start the ceremony and came back just in time for it to end. It was a little prophetic that way. There were people there who showed up last year expecting a ceremony and didn't have one, and they came back again this year. And even the person who oversees the National Cemetery said that, yes, that miscommunication is not going to happen again. It was a very nice, appropriate Memorial Day ceremony. Probably what people expected last year.
Tony Thomas, director of Fort Logan National Cemetery Complex in Colorado, told attendees that the 620 veterans buried in the cemetery deserve all the honor and respect that people can give them.
Yeah, well, I'm glad they got it right this time around. Wouldn't be the first time that a website was not updated. Sometimes whoever's in charge of the website, a little bit of disconnect there. I've seen things on websites that are just outdated, way old, concerning a business or an organization. It happens. What else am I getting to here? I'm just thrown off by our own cancellations here on the show. Dale Killingbeck has a pretty neat story that turns out good once you read past the headline. It starts out bad. Whenever I see a headline, 2 Casper teens responsible for ... fill in the blank, I'm really nervous. In this day and age, with the news that comes out of Casper and the teen community, the teenagers in Casper, I see a headline that says 2 Casper teens were responsible for, oh no, what is it? Graffiti, stabbing, death, all of the above. In this case, good news. Dale Killingbeck's story, how 2 Casper teens were responsible for the national outcry to protect bald eagles. 2 Casper High School seniors discovered numerous dead bald eagles on a hike all the way back in 1971. And that discovery helped fuel a national outcry to protect the bald eagle. The investigation led to charges against a few Wyoming ranchers who were bent on keeping predators off their sheep and took drastic measures. I mean, poisoning. This discovery was astounding. These 2 high school boys found the carcasses of a number of bald and golden eagles in a canyon southwest of Casper, May 1971. They had found shotgun shells, evidence of poison. Next thing you know, this is in Jackson Canyon. And it led to an investigation. It led to the arrest and prosecution of some ranchers, including investigations targeted Van Irvine and his son Lee Irvine, Herman Werner as well, father-in-law, prominent rancher in the state, longtime bank director, trustee of the Cowboy Hall of Fame, Herman Werner. And what was discovered is what authorities say was enough poison, thallium sulfate, a poison used in predator control. Enough sulfate to kill the entire wildlife of all of Wyoming. And this discovery in May of 1971 led to public outcry and better protection for the bald eagle, and I imagine the golden eagle as well. Let's take a quick break. We'll get Kevin Meyer into the Zoom room right after this. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. More in a moment.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Tuesday, May 27th, into the Zoom room and a conversation with the Money Mom. It's Monique Gagne. At least I'm going to say Gagne, but I've heard it pronounced. I mean, the Quebecois in me has to say Gagne, but is it Gagne, Monique?
No, it is Gagne. You do it right.
Okay. Okay, good. And I hope, we don't have video on you. Is that on purpose? Or it's not?
Yes, because I thought it was just a radio show.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I didn't want to show you, but I can do, but I didn't go makeup yet. So because
well, look at me. I mean, I know.
Well, there I am. See,
There you
I
are.
have
There's
time to go
Monique.
with makeup, so I rather would go with no makeup, with no video.
So, Monique, we've been talking about you all morning about because, oh man, do we need you? I have to get this book because me, Jen, other people at Cowboy State Daily, where we are, we just are not planning for our financial future. We have no roadmap. We don't know what our finances are. And your book, boy, the title hits home for us. Who took my money at the end of the month?
Yes.
Where did it all go?
And that's a question we should always ask ourselves, because that is the issue in life, is I teach, I also have I have two bestsellers, and my children bestseller, I teach them the very simple principle, which is three words. There's only three words to understand, and once you understand them, it makes it so much easier. It's to earn, spend, and earn, save, and spend. So you have to save before you can spend. So, and every money that you earn, you actually allocate in your spending, right? And it's fine to spend. And this is what life is all about, is when you earn money, it's not meant to actually just do nothing with it. You have to do something with it. And it's spending, and spending is fun. But if you spend before you earn, wow, there's the consequences, which means that you're going to borrow money you don't have. So if you keep spending money you don't have, this is where the issue is in life. And this is what people did not understand. And this is my first truth. And my first truth, you know what it is learn to love your money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that means? That means just like your horse, just like your anything that you love, you're going to do what with it? You're going to respect it, take care of it, and you're going to know where it goes, right? Because you want it to stay with what you want. That's it. That's all. That's as simple as this. It looks simple, but there's reason why we're in this situation in life. And I do have tricks for that.
I want to talk about those tips. I want to get a little bit of insight of what's in the book, sneak preview. But first, on that subject, you made me think of something, to love your money. Is that easier or harder today? Because there was a day when we did a lot of our business in cash. We could see our money, feel our money, smell our money, take a bath in our money if we wanted to. We had a connection with our money. You had a real idea of spending when you had to hand over the money. But now it's digital. We don't really see it. We can account for it online better. But is it harder to have that connect with money if it's
It definitely is. And until you can get that principle online, I suggest to all, especially my graduate, is take the money you earn, okay, the money you have, take it in cash. Start doing little jars or envelopes. Really be in relationship with that money until you really understand where it goes. And once you do it in actual life, it'll be easier to do it in virtual, which is your digital, right? Same thing. It's a lot easier to do it in actual sense. And this is why this society is failing us. And we're taught by people, oh, it's okay, just borrow it. Students, get a student loan. Yes, but what you have to understand, the student loan you'll have to repay. How long do you want to repay it, right? And so instead, if you can get a grant, if you can get, it's so much easier if you can get it, or find a way that maybe that course may not be as expensive, and you're learning, especially nowadays, you can learn a lot of the information directly online. So it shouldn't cost you for your tuition as much as it did.
We're
Okay, so
almost this day and age, we're almost encouraged this day and age to do things with credit cards, to
I know
spend when we don't like that. That's almost a good thing to build your credit. They say you got to be careful of that kind of stuff, spending and then paying later, and especially college kids, when you're young, you don't have a good grasp of what is a grant and what is a loan. You've got to pay back that loan.
Exactly. And what they need to do is the first credit card. You get your first credit card, that's fine. Make sure that whatever you put in that card, you already have the money. So as a habit, what you do is you, let's say, go put gas on your parents' car because you borrowed it, okay? But you had that $50 already in your account. So you take the $50, you put it on the card right away. Get used to make sure that the money is there before it's spent. And if you do this, you'll never have problem with credit card, because the problem with credit card is that you don't put a value. You know, if you look at a $20 bill, it has a 2 and a 0 on it. On your credit card, what's the value on it? There's none.
Yeah.
So mentally, in your mind, there's no value, there's no number. So it's unlimited, right?
Right.
So if it's unlimited, that's what people do with it until, oh, it no longer fits.
We're talking with Monique Gagne. She's the author of 5-star, the reviews on her book, all 5 stars, all of them. Who Took My Money? Give us, let's dig into the book a little bit and give us some super secret tips just for listening this morning. I would love that. For instance, what is the magic of the eighth? What's that?
Okay, this is magic of 8. That's the compounding interest. Okay, and that's what actually Einstein said. The magic of 8 after the 7 magic of the world is the compound interest. Why? Because and that's a principle of paying yourself first. You know, we always hear this: pay yourself first. Why do you want to do that? Pay yourself first. Well, you want to pay yourself first to feel confidence, to build your wealth, and to have a better life. So once you invest that money is starting to pay to get dividend, right? So you're giving your money a job. You become an employer and instead of an employee. So many things go in your mind, and it's so important because you see yourself grow, you see yourself going ahead in life. So that is the magic of 8. And
Well, it's good enough for a guy named Einstein. I think maybe you ought to follow along with that. Pay yourself first. It sounds a lot like what the airlines say: in the event of emergency and the oxygen mask comes down, use yours first, then help your daughter or your son. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's the analogy I always use because I travel a lot.
Yeah.
I always say, it's the same principle. You always have to think of yourself before anyone else. You're the most important one. So once you earn, why do you work? Why do you work? So if you don't know why you work and why you're getting this money, and why not you first? You're the most important. So if you are the most important, well, put that money aside. Make that money get a job and make more money of it.
Monique, when we're trying to figure out who took our money, it starts with, of course, sit down and budget what's coming in, what's going out today. But also, you say, have a game plan, have a vision, whether it's a 30-day or a 30-year. Where do you want to go? That's important.
That's the secret. People don't know what they want. They don't sit down and take action. And if you know what you want, for example, what's the first thing they probably want? A car, right?
Yeah.
You want a car. All right, you want a car? Put the car that you want on your mirror. Put your car everywhere. How am I going to get that car? But if you're smart, you may not get the $100,000 car, okay? You may start small and then upgrade with your lifestyle, okay? Which is fine. So this way, you don't go into debt right away. And let's say it's a cell phone, same thing. You can buy a used cell phone as opposed to a brand new cell phone that'll cost you $100,000 and that you have to borrow the money for it. If you never have to borrow, your life will be a lot easier. So if you learn to save and to allocate that's what a budget is. You know what a budget really is? It's like you're going on the road, you need a map, right? Okay, so you need to know. So the budget is the map, and you are the driver of that car, right? And the GPS tells you, so the budget, and once you actually allocate this, the GPS will tell you where you're going. So if you don't do it right, the GPS is going to find you in the ditch, right? So that's basically what you have to do. So I show little things and I make it fun because in my book, it's based on the real story of my family, okay, where the grandfather and the grandson actually speak to each other. And so it's the old technology or thinking with the new one, which is kind of fun. So it makes it challenging at the same time.
Yeah, I too often find myself in the financial ditch. I got to learn to read a map and watch the GPS. So you're right, Monique.
You have to create your map. When you go on vacation, what do? You do your map or
Yeah.
you take the GPS. But if the GPS is not doing the right thing, if you haven't done if your GPS is not the right answers, you're going to go in the ditch, right? So your budget, that's exactly what it is. Think of it as a roadmap. It is, I want to go there. This is what I want for me. Forget other people. You don't have to keep up with the Jones. You have to do it for you to feel good, to be happy. And you know who the most happiest people are? The millionaires?
Rich people.
Yes, the real millionaires. But you know what? The real millionaires could be your neighbor that looks like having a simple life. Not the one that has the flashy cars, the boat, all the toys. I call them the fake millionaires. And how many of them you know that within a year, oh, they went bankrupt. Oh, they lost the house. This is not what you want because that's not a real happy life. What you want is to be a real millionaire in the future, the one that is happy with what they have and they upgrade with what with their knowledge, they make more money and they spend wisely. That's the secret. That is. I mean, you can read thousands of books, you can read all kinds of stuff, but that's the strategy. And if your grad can learn this at a young age, yes, read my book. Feel free to send me, pointers. By life will be so much easier. And you know what? When they do it for themselves and other people see that, we can actually start creating a better world out there.
We're talking to Monique Gagne, the author of the bestseller, Who Took My Money? Achieving financial freedom isn't just about earning more. It's about managing what you have more effectively. What about saving, Monique? The adult version of saving might be a 401k plan with your company. But what if you're younger and should you get in the habit of setting aside something from a paycheck and never touch it? Like that's, you're going to save that.
If you know yourself, I'll tell you a story, a quick story. My oldest daughter, when she was receiving her paycheck, she wouldn't put, and in my family it was 20%. She wouldn't put it aside. Okay, she had nothing to pay. She could put 20%, right? So she didn't do it. So I forced her to pay allowance, and she was not happy about this. So she was throwing it on the table. But what happened is, when she bought her first home, I always said, I will double the amount of savings you have for your down payment. And I gave her $7,000. And she said, oh, thank you, Mom. I said, that's not my money. That's yours. That's your saving that I forced you to do. So learn to know who you are and do it. Get your employer to take it away. So you won't see it if you know that you won't be able to do it. So, from the first paycheck, if you learn yourself and you do it the right way to do the saving, you'll never have money problem. Never.
Monique, this book is going to help everybody, right? Whether you're starting out or starting over, if you're just getting out of college, or if you're somebody who's along in life and maybe you've had financial ruin or you've had bad financial practice, you can always pick up and start over, start clean, start right.
Yes. Always start over. Look at day one. Okay, this is what I have to do. How do I allocate what I have? Because you earn, where do I allocate? And of course, if you start later in life, full of debt, the allocation is going to be different. And we have to take a different pattern. So meaning that you have to take maybe the gravel road before you hit the highway, you know?
Right. Right. Okay. Well, the book is a good introduction. It's a good start. Who Took My Money? Find it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, all the places you find books. And then the graduate class, I guess, is your master class, The Power of Financial Happiness. People can get involved in that.
Yeah. And you'll love the book. I know you will, you know?
Well,
and ask your ad to leave a review once they read it. And the nice thing is an easy, fast read.
Awesome. Well, I definitely need it. Thank you. I appreciate you being on, Monique.
And thank you for having me. I really am happy, and I love cowboys and horses because I used to have some and I miss them.
Well,
thank you so much.
Horses are expensive. Yeah, you better read the book first.
They are.
Book first, budget, then the horse. Yeah.
Exactly.
Thanks,
Yes.
Monique.
You're welcome.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Monique Gagne, her book, Who Took My Money? Find out what that's all about. Go order it right now. Take a quick break. We'll be back with Kevin Meyer after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Let's get back to it. Into the Zoom room, it's Cowboy Kevin Myers. Kevin, how
are you this morning, Jake?
I'm tired. I'm still trying to get back in the swing of it.
Well, it seems like it's a Monday for everybody, even though it's Tuesday.
It's kind of a Tuesday-ish Monday, and I'm still dealing with jet lag traveling from Buffalo back to Jackson. What's the time difference there? It's a lot.
It might as well be a different country.
Oh, man. It's so green. The state is really greened up. It's green where you are?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we
Man.
got a lot of rain this weekend, and it looks like what I would expect in my mind Ireland to look like, because we've had fog just about every morning, and it's green, and yeah, no complaints here.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. Yeah, really nice drive. but I'm not quite back in the swing of it. Did I tell you the last time we talked, I had this kidney stone banging away, and they went in and got it.
Well, that's good. I've never had one of those, thankfully, knock on wood. Hope I never do, but I've heard that is pretty unpleasant.
I just thought I'd share that with you because Monique didn't want to hear anything about it, and our other special guest, we had a English professor from Virginia Tech. I mean, am I going to share that with him? No. Kevin, you're the kind of guy I can say that kidney stone is finally out of me. I have birthed it, and man, I'm so happy. Yeah, they hurt.
Well, I'm glad I could be here for you in your time of need.
I don't advise it, man. I just had to share that TMI with you. What's going on in your world? By the way, one other thing. I have to say, again, I was doing that high school rodeo in Buffalo, final high school rodeo of the regular season for the Wyoming kids before state, which is also going to be at Johnson County Fairgrounds in Buffalo. But those kids, the way they performed, unbelievable under pressure. A lot of them are fighting for points as a final chance to get points. They made some of their best runs and rides I've seen all year. These are 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old teens, man. And instead of out there doing graffiti and stabbing each other like Casper, they're doing some rodeo things. And, man, it was fun to watch. And I just got to say the horses, too. Just dead broke. I watched one girl running barrels had her tack malfunction. She had her bridle just break, and that horse, instead of running, I think that horse could have run clear to Sheridan after that point. He's like, oh boy. And he just stopped, dead broke, just stopped and said, well, I'll wait till you get everything fixed. Just stuff
That's
like
great.
that. I know.
That's great. Was it pretty wet up there and cold?
It was wet on Saturday. It dried out eventually Sunday and Monday, but yes, Saturday it was wet and cold. And that in Johnson County Fairgrounds, that the dirt, the footing is deep, and it just got sticky. I mean, the kind that sucks your muck boot right off. And it was slow times, barrel racing. I mean, we were timing it by the calendar. She might finish today. It was like slow go running a molasses.
Well, that also shows the dedication these kids have to that sport. Not only are they doing a great job with their horses, but they're going out there when it's cold and wet with, really just because of their own. Because I guarantee you their parents are probably not that excited about spending the weekend out there in the wet and the rain.
No. And who has to do the early morning feed, hey, your horse, your event, you get out there at 5 in the morning and do the feed. Yeah, there's a lot of good life lessons learned in rodeo for sure.
For a fact. And I'm really glad that the high school rodeo seems to be still going really, really strong. A lot of entries, a lot of competitors, and that's great that next generation is holding on to the traditions.
Especially steer wrestling, which, I always assume that's a Oklahoma thing, some big corn-fed boys, but we got some great batch of steer wrestlers this year. You'd be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't. Would you leave a perfectly good horse in order to trade that for dropping on a steer? No thanks.
Well, nowadays, not on purpose.
Yeah, maybe by accident, right? Like, oops.
In my younger days, I jumped on a few of those steers, but it was never real passionate for me. To do it. So I didn't. I started too late. I didn't start that until I was into my 20s, and that's a sport that if you're going to start that, you might as well start it when you're about 15, and you don't bruise and broken bones just magically heal themselves as you look at them. Start
it when you're young. You're made of rubber. You can bounce back on the following weekend. But yeah, that's why, God made a rope. Who needs to tackle a steer? It's called bulldogging. And yeah, it's crazy rodeo stuff. What's on your mind, Kevin?
Well, with it being Memorial Day yesterday, I always kind of think about this as my granddad was an Iowa farm boy. And he went and fought in World War I, not World War II, World War I. Now, of course, World War II is the war that's really been romanticized a lot in movies and TV and whatnot, and World War I is not so much so. But what I have here is my grandfather's Marine World War I helmet.
Yeah.
And so for all of those of you just listening, you're going to have to go see the YouTube on this, but hopefully you can hear this. This thing isn't thick enough to stop a BB, I don't believe. And this is, so when we think about the sacrifices all of our soldiers have made, sometimes we don't think about the equipment that they had at the time as well.
Yeah.
And the medical treatment, because I have some letters that he wrote home from France. And there was an outbreak of spinal meningitis. And him and about 4 of his buddies were the only people in his group that didn't get it. And the best reason that the doctors could come up with is because those 4 guys smoked.
Smoke.
So that was how far medical science had reached at that time in the early 1900s as well. Keep smoking, you won't get spinal meningitis.
If you didn't catch a bullet in that war or artillery fire, Spanish flu also, that was horrid in World War I.
And let us not forget about the mustard gas. Don't forget about the mustard gas.
Man. And then, yeah, and all they give you going in there for protection is one of them rickety helmets. I happened to see a guy do a YouTube test of one of those helmets to see if it would stop a 22 or a whatever. And you're right. They underperform, let's say. Oh.
Well, and of course, they were also made to double, not just as your helmet, but as a bowl that you could cook in.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that was their first design, was the bowl part.
Yeah.
The thing to cook in, because it's really shaped really well for that.
It was soup bowl first, and then, oh, yeah, you can wear it for protection. Yeah, protection. And they certainly don't, it's not for fashion. They don't look all that great. Yeah, World War I heroes.
Yeah, and so anytime I think about Memorial Day, and I come from a very large military family, I think about the sacrifices. There's a lot of those little things that we don't think about the miseries that they had to endure, besides the biggest one, which is you're out there shooting at people that you don't know other than they're shooting at you.
Yeah, people shooting at you. You would think that would be your biggest concern, but guess what? That was just one of many, many concerns for, wide-eyed kids sent over to a land they have never been in, like from trench foot to spinal meningitis to Spanish flu to, all kinds of things that you and I don't have to think about. Man, Memorial Day.
For a fact, and we just can't thank all of them enough, and I was really glad to see that they did their remembrance down in Cheyenne this year.
Yeah, they got it done. They made that happen. I know it's always a tough holiday for me, because it should carry some somberness to it. It should be solemn. It should be remembrance. There's not a lot happy attached to it, but the idea of carrying that memory forward. I mean, people, if they died in a war or died as a result of serving this country, we know freedom's not free. But just to say, oh, this person's dead, there's their grave, I'll put a flag. But you got to carry that memory. You got to remember them. Just think about it. Reflect on it. What it must have been like to fight for this country. And the reason you and I get to do what we do. If we don't carry that inspiration forward, then that's a wasted death. So, yeah, Memorial Day is about remember those sacrifices and why we can live free now because of them.
Yeah, so hopefully when people were eating their 4th brat, drinking their 5th beer yesterday afternoon, they did take a little bit of time to think about that as well, because it's more than just a day off. And so thank you to all the veterans, past and present and currently serving, and hopefully hopefully we're not going to have to depend on those people as much as we have in the past, but you never know. But on a happier note, Jake, I just caught a little bit of you this morning. And
What'd I do?
I heard just a clip that said farriers are like the dental industry for horses. Well, if that's the case, what's an equine dentist then?
Oh, even worse. Boy, if you've ever seen that. I mean, let's put it this way. A farrier as a last resort, if he gets a non-compliant horse, might resort to some kind of drugging. But a tooth guy, if you're working on the teeth of a horse, that comes first. I mean, that's a given. You got to put something in that horse so he's not going to remember, or something to make the experience smoother. That's horrible. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a teeth floater. That's for sure. Ooh.
Yeah, although they've made it a lot easier. Back in the old days, they had to do it by hand, almost like they were using a handsaw. Now they have that big power drill, the power float they call it, and they stick that in the horse, and it does a heck of a job and does it a lot quicker. But that's who could have, if you would go back in time and tell a horseman from 1900 that, we're now putting power tools in our horses' mouths. First thing he would probably say, what's a power tool?
Yeah. Well, thank goodness for Ace and Butte, and that's for the vet. I mean, the horse also gets some. It can sometimes mess with horses is not fun. Yeah. All right, Kevin.
Hey, go get some rest after you get off the air today, Jake.
I will. I'm going to take a Tuesday nap. Thanks, buddy.
We'll see you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Kevin Meyer, making horse sense of the world out of Douglas, Wyoming. Let's take a top of the hour news break for our affiliates. We'll see you on the other side. More coming up. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. One day before President Donald Trump signed sweeping executive orders last week to streamline licensing for nuclear reactors and handling radioactive waste, a Nuclear Regulatory Commission official testified before Wyoming lawmakers, highlighting the commission's autonomy, independence, and strong focus on safety. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that some of the Wyoming legislators attending the hearing in Casper on Thursday, along with industry watchdogs outside Wyoming, now question the NRC's focus and independence.
They had someone there from the Dallas office of the NRC explaining, as he put it, the new mission statement, which really emphasized getting things moving and efficiency and responsiveness to industries that they regulate, which is nuclear waste, generation, creating small modular reactors like the ones proposed for a project in Bar None. Outside watchdogs who keep track of the NRC are a little concerned, like, what's the priority here? Is the priority just to get projects approved, or are we really going to regulate these for the health and safety of Wyoming residents?
Trump's orders could have significant impacts for at least 3 Wyoming projects seeking federal approval. Barbed wire is a fixture of rural life in the U.S. Repairing and replacing barbed wire fencing is one of the most important and least enjoyed tasks for anyone on a working ranch. But a rancher in Cody has found a way to recycle old, unusable stretches of barbed wire. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to Janelle Prowse, who has turned something functional into artistic tumbleweeds.
A lot of people have bad barbed wire memories. So the idea of barbed wire being twisted into something that's beautiful and evocative and brings up all those emotional experiences because they see it in a different context is what the artist I spoke to said was really powerful about working in the medium of barbed wire.
Millions of miles of barbed wire still stretch across the United States, especially in Wyoming. Artists don't have to go far to find material to work with. Memorial Day weekend may be considered the unofficial start of summer for many people, but for those serious about smoking meat, it's also the start of barbecue season. Serious grillers now begin their summer of experimentation, tweaking, and attention to the most minute details, especially for those who covet a spot at the Wyoming State Barbecue Championship in Worland the third weekend in August. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that it's not just the cooks who work at perfecting their craft, judges are just as rigorous.
I was really fascinated to find out that you can't just walk in and become a judge. You have to go to school. You have to learn all these different aspects of it. You had to become certified. And the more certified you are, the more that they want you to judge. So it really is this whole culture and this competition level that I didn't even understand until I really started investigating this story.
Dorothy found out that events like the Wyoming State Championships are not your average backyard barbecue, and a good judge can tell instantly if an entry has been prepared by a professional or an amateur. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Jeffrey City's townhouses are a stark representation of the nearly deserted community's once bustling population. The 10 buildings, which each have 6 1,800-square-feet apartments, were once full of families and brightly painted homes before the uranium industry went bust in the Fremont County town in the 1980s. But Cowboy State Daily videographers Riley Strand and Hannah Brock discovered that while many of the doors and windows are boarded up, there are a handful of tenants living in the townhouses, including Bill Rowley, who's taken on the role of caretaker.
I'm the caretaker here at Jeffrey City Townhouse Complex. I've been living in Jeffrey City since 2017. I moved here in August of 2017.
These townhouses were originally built in the mid-1970s to house Western Nuclear's growing workforce and their families. Bill thinks some of them have sat empty for about 3 decades.
You can watch the entire documentary called Jeffrey City's Not Dead on the Cowboy State Daily website. That's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Yeah, we're back in studio on the rejoin here. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, which feels like a Monday, which feels like it's got everybody all kinds of thrown off. Plus, we got Hawaii exploding. Yeah, Hawaii's Kailua? Or is that a drink? Kailua? Volcano shooting lava 1,000 feet into the air? That can't be good. I know volcanoes are normal in Hawaii. Just like geysers are normal in Wyoming. But this Hawaii's Kailua volcano roared to life on Sunday. Sent lava shooting 1,000 feet in the air. USGS has some incredible video. Is that who USGS sharing this video, or is it the Volcanic Observatory, Hawaii Volcanic Observatory? No, it's USGS. Yeah, I'm watching some of the volcano now. It doesn't have sound, so that's not going to benefit our radio folks. But you got to check it out on the interwebs. That is some kind of volcano, man. I mean, that's not just spilling over, like bubbling over lava. This is spewing lava 1,000 feet in the air, like boom. A lot of pressure under this one. And I guess it's just normal Earth venting. But to think all that's under the Earth mantle, that's all inside planet Earth, all that hot lava, it's crazy. Similar to what creates the features in Yellowstone, all that hot bubbling lava underneath the surface. Yeah, check it out on the interwebs. Today's news. Hawaii volcano shooting 1,000 feet in the air. Renee Jean is scheduled to be with us, but that don't matter. So was Mark. So was Jackie. So was Greg. And they're all on Monday time, apparently. Haven't heard boo from any of them. Our regular cast of characters.
What's so exciting about the
So yeah, I guess I won't hold up for Renee. We'll move to this story. For the first time that scientists, would you call them scientists? For the first time that social scientists can recall, women are binge drinking more than men. Why is that? What's going on here? The story we're reading says Gen Z, young men are binge drinking less than young women for the first time ever. What's going on? Are women finding reasons to binge drink more than men are finding reasons to binge drink? Women perhaps binge drink because of men, because of the lack of finding a good man. I could see that. What scientists, I don't know if that's the correct term, because who is in a lab coat studying this? What researchers have found, and this story, by the way, is in the April 2025 study, is in JAMA, Journal of Medicine. What is it? The Journal of Academic something, JAMA. It's an April study released in the JAMA, the medical journal, found that Gen Z in general has been hailed as the so-called sober, curious generations. And their rate of risky behavior is way down. Gen Z doesn't do risk. So, therefore, it would follow that Gen Z men, for the most part, are not engaging in drinking alcohol, at least not in binge drinking alcohol. And that concerns other potential risky behavior, having sex, using drugs. Gen Z's not about that stuff. And it's got fewer men, so it's not so much an increase in the amount of women that are binge drinking, it's decrease in the amount of men. Today, young men that are binge drinking, which is defined as, by the way, having 5 or more alcoholic beverages in one sitting, 4 or more for women. Fewer Gen Z men than women reported binge drinking in the last month between 2021 and 2023, the study asked men and women of the Gen Z generation how often they binge drink. And men reported much fewer occasions of binge drinking. Women kind of stayed the same. Decreased a little bit. Women binge drinking was down 13%. So that's somewhat significant. Young men, even a bigger drop, 21% reduction of binge drinking. It was being hailed by some, including the author of the study, University Pittsburgh internist, Dr. Bryant Shuey, has been hailed as a public health success. This is good news, says the doctor. This risk-averse Gen Z, they're not drugging, they're not drinking. That's good news. But the end result is men are following that trend more than women. For the first time ever, women binge drinking more than men. What other Cowboy State Daily stories? Jackie did chime in, and she texted in and said she totally forgot it was Tuesday, which I bet is happening a lot today. How many of us are totally forgetting it's Tuesday? Feels like a Monday. But it's a Tuesday, and Jackie's like, oh, I missed it. I was thinking it was Monday. And Jackie was going to talk about one of our favorite cowboy ranching families, the Papes. And Norm Pape, 94 years old. I'm guessing that Norm is probably the grandfather to Colin Pape, who is a pretty good football player on the Jackson Bronx football team. And I bet he's of the family. He looks like a big ranch kid. But a cool story from Jackie. We'll talk to her Thursday about it. Sublette County cowboy Norm Pape still doing his thing, still getting out there and ranching. Maybe he doesn't get his horse back as much anymore at the age of 94, but he'll pop on the ATV and get out there and check out the spread in Sublette County. His family's been ranching for over 120 years. Pape said, cowboys don't quit, and they certainly don't retire. He said, our ranch is a working ranch, and that means I go to work. 94-year-old Norm Pape. Ranches down there in the Wind River Mountains in the Daniel area. Long-standing ranching family. Barb is his wife, and she's 90. They've been married for 66 years, and you'll see them out there. Brandon season, the gather, whatever season, they're out there doing their thing. What a great old cowboy. He's got to be in the Cowboy Hall of Fame, right? The requirements are you have to have cowboyed for like 50 years. They don't take any youngsters. And I'll bet, well, the cat just got burned by the candle. He's okay. Minor cat. Yeah, this cat has not learned what a candle is yet. And, the old tail got in the candle. I'll bet Pape's in the Cowboy Hall of Fame. How could I find that out? Maybe Jackie knows. We'll ask Jackie Thursday rather than look it up. That sounds like a lot of work. I'll just ask Jackie on Thursday. Is Norm Pape in the Cowboy Hall of Fame? This story from David Madison. Terra Power plans to have more law enforcement than the town they're going to be operating in, which is not a surprise. They're going to be in Kemmer, and that's not a huge police force, Kemmer PD. And that's Lincoln County, which is huge. We talked to Jen Coker earlier, who said she's working on a story that will explore the hardships of sheriff offices around the state of Wyoming. The counties in Wyoming are gigantic. Look at, Texas is a great big state, and it's not easy to drive around, and this cat might be on fire. He might be still ablaze. Texas is a gigantic state that's, you can drive in Texas all day and still be in Texas. And Wyoming, you can drive, 7 hours and still be in Wyoming. But the difference is Texas has little bitty counties. You can roll through 6 counties on one cigarette driving in Texas, aided by the fact that you can go 85 miles an hour. They have the fastest speed limit, the highest speed limit in the United States on some of those West Texas highways. 85 is the legal speed limit. And that is pedal to the metal. But even so, it takes a long time to get through Texas, but you can go through county. Counties are abundant. How many counties are in Texas? There's a question. Let's ask Siri, how many counties? Counties are small in Texas. As far as square miles, Texas has 254 counties. That's more than any other state in the U.S. Just tiny little counties. And I heard, and it's probably not true because everything I hear and remember, I remember because it's so stupid, it's probably not true. I heard the counties were established, the county borders, a county was established by how far a horse could travel in a day on like practically no water, which is why some of the counties are bigger and smaller. But it's how far you could travel to the county courthouse to do business reasonably. That's why there are so many. Oh, yeah, here's the story, the Texas Tribune. Why does Texas have so many counties? I heard it's to how far you could reasonably travel as a regular dude, as a regular Texas rancher. If you had an issue with the county, if you had an issue with your government and you had to go to the county courthouse to figure it out, they didn't want you to have to go too far, a horseback. You couldn't be riding for 4 days and then 4 days back. The founders wanted to keep residents close to their local governments. That's the answer. The Tex-splainer is where I find it, Texas Tribune. Organizers wanted to make sure that folks have access to their government. That's why there's so many small counties in Texas. In Wyoming, there's only 23 counties, of course, unless you count the fictional Absaroka County, but there are only 23 as compared to 250 in Texas. And the counties are huge, and law enforcement is up to the sheriff's office for a county. And sheriff's office, if they were to cover a county sufficiently, would have to have hundreds of deputies, and they don't. They have dozens, maybe. So Jen Coker working on a story about how sheriff's offices deal with such huge territory to keep law and order. And I would think, I don't know what the head count is in Lincoln County, but Lincoln County is another big county with not probably enough sheriff deputies. And so it makes perfect sense that in this story from David Madison, TerraPower, a nuclear power plant, proposes to have more guards, officers, law enforcement, guards to guard the nuke facility than Lincoln County has in all of their sheriff's office. Not surprising. Sheriff Shane Johnson spoke before the Joint Mineral Business and Economic Development Committee during a marathon-long hearing in Casper last Thursday, where he said TerraPower is going to have more security guards than there are law enforcement officers in all of Teton County. Sheriff Shane Johnson said this. TerraPower is going to be a nuclear power plant based in Kemmer. Certainly they'll have more security guards than Kemmer PD has, and more than Lincoln County Sheriff's Office. David Madison has that story about, how many people does it take to guard a nuclear power plant? More than are in the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office. We'll say that. Let's take a quick break here. We'll be right back with more, including, do I have any other guests? Renee was to be my only guest this hour, and I don't know. Renee probably is not thinking it's Tuesday. It feels to all of us like a Monday, but it's not. We'll be right back. Whatever day it is, we'll come right back after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
All right, now we get Renee. Renee, I don't know what was happening, Renee. And Maybe I had a extra different Zoom room open. I had a secret Zoom room open, maybe. I don't know what I was doing.
That might explain why all your guests didn't show up. Because I've been sitting there since 9:08.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. There should only be one Zoom room. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. But let's get right to it then. Let's talk about your stories, and where I got to reset now. What did I want to talk about? Oh, Kim Love, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the biz, Kim Love and I, but we're on different levels. I mean, he was a legend, not only in the broadcast field, but noted as a philanthropist, a business person, and is abrasive as he might have been at times for speaking his mind. He was outspoken, sometimes cringy when he spoke. What really brought everybody in under the Kim Love fold was the fact that you knew this guy loved Sheridan. And first and foremost, no matter what he said or no matter what you thought at first, you knew, if you were a Sheridan resident, you knew me and Kim, we both, we have that common ground. We love Sheridan, Wyoming.
Yeah. I think that was the big thing everybody told me about Kim Love is he wasn't afraid to speak his mind. He often did that, sometimes to the discomfort of others. But when you had to realize it came from a good place, he cared about Sheridan. He cared about Wyoming. He wanted the place he lived to just be a better place in the world. And I think, the other thing I was struck by is he was never at a loss for words, but we're going to be missing those words now that he's gone. And, but I think his legacy is going to speak for generations to come because of the things he accomplished. All of those 100+ bronze sculptures on Main Street, for example.
Yeah.
Those are going to be there long into the future. Those bronzes include one of 5 in the world Da Vinci horses that he just insisted had to come to Sheridan. That love of Sheridan comes through with that, I think. And then Frackleton's on the corner there, he saved that restaurant not once but twice. He got it all set up and he sold it to somebody that fell apart. He stepped in to pick up the pieces and put that back together again. He told the current restaurant general manager that he sees that as his legacy to Sheridan. And the reason he saved it, he just didn't want to see another piece of Main Street die. At that first time he saved it, 3 businesses in that area had gone out of business already. Frackleton's would have made a 4th. He didn't want to see that happen. So I think that's pretty incredible and telling about Kim Love.
Yeah. Kim, I was just in Sheridan Sunday night, tried to stop by Frackleton's, but it was closed. I mean, Frackleton's must stop. And the sculpture, I mean, yeah, whenever you're on Main Street Sheridan, it is Main Street. It's what every Main Street aspires to be. It's fantastic. And Kim Love is a lot of the reason. Yeah, great story, Renee. Thanks for doing that. We got to get to a whole bunch of your stuff. Let's go lithium battery because the lithium batteries, obviously we hear about the way they run and the way they operate. They can create fires. They can I don't know, what do? They blow up, they make a fire. We've seen entire homes destroyed. Just recently over the weekend there was a fancy house that burned down, that lithium battery believed to be behind it. Lithium batteries and EVs are sometimes explode. What is it with the lithium battery, and why do we think we can invent a better battery?
Well, so lithium batteries, they burn faster, they burn hotter. They are an issue, especially when you have a whole array of them all together. that can really take off. That happened, earlier this year at Vistra's Moss Landing in Santa Cruz, California. There was a gas plume uh, of toxic fumes coming off of that. They had to evacuate people from around that area. Um, it's just, it is a real problem. And so there are people, though, kind of working on alternate ideas. How else could we store this power um, for, especially for what they call renewable energy, windmills, solar? It's not dispatchable power yet. And part of that is there's just not a good enough battery system. So people are still working on that problem. And this is a company that uh, Prometheus Hydroscale, which is building a huge data center in Southwest Wyoming, they're looking at this as a potential solution to some of lithium batteries problems. It's not going to be their whole battery. They're going to have a mix of batteries there. They'll have traditional lithium batteries, but what they're doing is providing an on-ramp for this company to kind of prove out their batteries, show that they work. If that pans out, maybe that becomes a bigger part of their battery mix. I think it's pretty interesting overall for data centers. If they don't use lithium batteries, they may use like peaking, kind of for peaking when they need sudden increase in power. They're gonna fire up a diesel generator, draw in battery power or whatever, so that until they can ramp up the power to meet that demand, right? Uh, these this battery system potentially could replace that.
Building a better battery, leave it to Wyoming to be on the forefront of that with Prometheus. That's hard to say. Prometheus. Whew. Hard to spell, hard to say. Let's move to another Renee Jean story. A Wyoming businessman, a Jackson guy, got an invite to the White House to meet with J.D. Vance and talk all things AI. He thought it'd just be some kind of photo op to benefit Vance and the White House, but it turned out to be a pretty productive couple of days, a little charrette. He and four other small business peoples were tapped to go talk about AI policy, artificial intelligence. Kevin Deneen, what an honor.
Yeah, and it was I think it was an interesting window kind of into how some small business owners are thinking about artificial intelligence. It They see the potential to unleash, just a lot of innovation, productivity when you're at a small scale. If you having an assistant who can help you answer your emails, make your payroll and bookkeeping faster, all of those things give you more time for the creative stuff, right? The stuff that artificial intelligence still can't do and hopefully never will be able to do. I mean, I'm fine with it as an assistant. I hate to see it replacing human jobs. Um,
Yeah.
but that's part of their discussion topics too, Jake. So it undoubtedly will be disruptive, just like the internet has been disruptive. Drones have been disruptive. Things are changing. Technology is changing the way we do some things. People need retraining in that case so that they can continue to do their jobs, or so that they can change careers and do something else, keep their livelihoods going. That was a topic of discussion during this. Also, small businesses, they don't. They're wanting to see a more national framework so that they don't have to change what they're doing state to state to state. That's really tough lift for a small business. They don't have whole departments that they can devote to understanding every rule everywhere across the country, much less the world. The internet brings the world to your doorstep. So they have people from around the world kind of trying to access their site. Kevin's company is a luxury camper van model. And he's trying to expand to other states, and he is already in some other states: Colorado, Montana, Idaho, California. And he'd like to be in some more states, but it's a tough lift because rules are varying from state to state to state. That's really hard for a small business to deal with.
Jackson businessman Kevin Deneen, co-founder of Moterra Camper Vans in Jackson-based, was one of 5 to be tapped by J.D. Vance to go talk AI and perhaps establish policy, which is another way of saying, let's make sure the robots don't kill us one day. We got to have guardrails on AI. Let's go from that to drinking rye whiskey. What do you think? Pine Bluffs Distilling, double gold for their straight rye. The judges loved it. Tiny Pine Bluffs.
Yeah, I really like this story. I love these small towns that do big things. I think it's kind of a recurrent theme in stories that I've done. Just because you're small doesn't mean you can't do something big. And so here's Pine Bluffs Distilling in a tiny Wyoming town. Chad started this business as a way to move his family to a smaller town, better place to raise a kid. He's gone out there now with his straight rye whiskey and won an international double gold medal. That's not an easy thing to get. I looked, there were 65, there are like 1,000 whiskeys in this competition, 65 of them with rye in their name. So in the rye category, something like 65, and only 12 of them came home with a double gold medal. So it's not that easy to get. It's not even half. It's maybe a little more than 10% of whiskeys tickled the judge's fancy enough to qualify. You have to get a 90 or above rating from all 4 judges. You can't have even one judge who dislikes your whiskey. They've all got to think it's 90 or better on 100 scale. So I think that's really great for this small town craft distillery to go out there and pull down an international in an international competition, double gold like this. I think is really good.
Yeah, congrats to Chad Brown, Pine Bluffs Distilling. Judges loved it. That straight rye, calling it a spicy palate, big, beautiful palate. I don't necessarily search for my palate in the rye whiskey. I drink it too fast. I think I don't enjoy it. And I also swallow, which I guess maybe you're not supposed to do. The other day, I had Craig Johnson on, famed author, of course, of the Longmire series. And Craig was talking about something, and we just mentioned Crazy Woman Canyon and tourism and visitation. He said, but unfortunately, Crazy Woman is closed this season, this summer. And I'm like, wait a minute. It went by me. I didn't even register. I'm like, how do you close a canyon? And how can you close, like, one of the most popular known canyons in all of Wyoming? Crazy Woman Canyon is going to close. And when did we find out? And why is it?
Yeah. I think the plan has been all along to replace some bridges there, so that the getting to and from and all of that is safe. I think they had thought they weren't going to get funding for it this year, but it turned out that they did get funding after all. So there was a little bit of an unexpected quality to the closure. Of course, it's like trends in the top 10 of searches for things to do in the Buffalo area. So the fact that it's closing is kind of a big deal. And they have been marketing it pretty heavily. But there's a lot of other things to do in Buffalo too. And there are other canyons. There's the Outlaw Cave and Outlaw Canyon. That's a pretty challenging venue, maybe. Not on, I think it's a little more challenging than Crazy Woman. But if that's your itch and you've got to go to a canyon, there are still canyons there. Adventure that I thought was really cool is this prehistoric forest area that they've got there, with tree rings from 60 million years ago, back when that area was like the Okefenokee Swamp.
Oh,
So,
wow. Yeah.
yeah, I think that's pretty cool to think about, that at one time that was a swamp.
Crazy Woman Canyon. I think you said, and that might be undershooting it, like 1,000 visitors a year or a season, but I bet there's
That's what they told me. I don't
Yeah.
know exactly how they come up with that.
Yeah.
I kind of question that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super popular canyon. If you're going to go in the mountains, in the I want to say Wind River, in the Bighorns at all, in the Buffalo area, like that's the target canyon. That's where you're going. That's the Taj Mahal of the canyons there. And Buffalo's also dealing with a main street that I hope they fix. I was just in Buffalo over the weekend. They got that main street all kinds of tore up, man. They got to get that going. But meanwhile, they're inviting everybody from Sheridan down to use their big pool. I saw a letter from the mayor because I think Sheridan has a community public pool that's down for repairs. And they said, well, come down to Buffalo and swim.
Yeah,
We'll have a pool party.
Well, there you go. Sheridan pool party.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the story. Sorry, Renee, that I didn't see you in the Zoom. I don't know what happened.
That's okay.
No excuse. All right.
Well, I mean, other people stood you up so I can understand.
I just figured, here we go. Everybody, nobody thinks it's a Tuesday. Yeah.
Some kind of technical glitch because I was there for, I was a couple of minutes late. The meeting didn't get out right away. So.
Yeah. Usually I'm notified, like some big ding happens and I can see you in the room, but for some reason I couldn't see you or hear you. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I should, next time I'll text.
Technology. Yeah. Next time do the virtual waving hand and then have the hand come out and just slap me like I'm here.
Oh, it's in that screen. I don't think it shows you. Like, I don't think you would see me waving.
No, I'm mostly kidding. I wish it worked like that. I need a virtual slap in the face when you're in the Zoom room. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right, then.
Feel free to, abuse the host. Like, come on, I'm here.
Like the hurricane drink, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Renee.
See you later.
Have a great Tuesday. That's Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily reporter with some great stories you got to read. Let's take one more final break and run for the home stretch right after this. Stay with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, WyoLotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Howdy, welcome back at a Tuesday after a Memorial Day weekend. Hope you enjoyed your trial run for summer, the unofficial summer kickoff weekend. Weather-wise in Wyoming, we never really got the feel that it was a summer kickoff. Felt like the kickoff to winter a little bit. But it was safe to barbecue. Do a few outdoor things, but it was kind of wet, kind of chilly. This weekend, day weather forecast shows much better in the state of Wyoming. Each day this week progressively warmer and warmer till we finally put the rain behind us, and we got some pretty nice days coming towards the weekend. 70s, 80s, maybe even, yeah. Business Insider has a story about this 17-year-old kid he invented a better drone. We were just talking to Renee Jean about a better battery than these lithium batteries that seem to explode at the most inconvenient time, like in the cargo hold of an airplane. A 17-year-old designed a cheaper, more efficient drone than what's currently out there. And he did it from his bedroom, 17 years old. He gets a call from the Department of Defense. Can you imagine 17-year-old and the Department of Defense calls? And they say, hello, are you Cooper Taylor? What's the first thing you're going to say? No. That's my brother. I mean, you got to think, what did I do wrong? And the Department of Defense said, no, it's what you did right, kid. Cooper Taylor, 17-year-old. He wasn't looking to revolutionize the drone industry. He just thought he could build a better drone. Cheaper, more effective, more efficient, less prone to breakdown. His new drone, which included some kind of motor tilting mechanism. It lowers manufacturing costs and it increases efficiency. He won all kinds of awards at science competitions in high school, etc., adding up to money. In fact, the Department of Defense came calling and said, here's $23,000. Can we use your design for this drone? How cool. Of course, the government's going to need it to go bomb something. The next war we're going to fight, there's perhaps, thankfully, going to be less human casualties because it's just going to be drones fighting each other. Seems to be the way it's going. Take anything away from the Russian-Ukraine conflict and the use of drones there. The next World War III is going to be fought by robots and drones. But whatever, drones have all kinds of usefulness. And this 17-year-old kid, Cooper Taylor, has built 6 prototypes. He uses 3D printing to finish them off, print them out. And his innovation won him an $8,000 scholarship, for instance, back in April at the Junior Science and Humanities Symposium. And then on May 16th, he won another $15,000 from a U.S. Navy sponsored event called the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair. All told, the Defense Department is all about this kid's new drone design. 17-year-old has just built a better drone, and the Department of Defense wants to know how and wants Cooper to work for them. Good story. Good news, kid. How about this story in AP Moneywise? Michigan police say they've uncovered a criminal auto parts ring, black market auto parts. It all stemmed from one guy working on the assembly line in Detroit. I thought we closed all those assembly lines. This guy works in Detroit making Fords, and he's got his part on the assembly line. I'm not sure which parts he's in charge of. Let me see. Bumpers and taillights. Okay. How lucrative could they be? Well, have you priced parts on a vehicle lately? I think most of us know that if you were to part out any given vehicle and rebuild it just by the parts, if you had to go buy parts, replacement parts for whatever, Ford Bronco, Ford Focus, if you had to go buy all those parts from the parts store, from Napa, or even online at eBay, and build your own car from the ground up, all the parts, would end up, you would spend 100 times more than you could have bought the whole vehicle for. Parts, so expensive. It's stupid. So there's a market for parts, because think about it. Your auto manufacturers are not in the business of just making a part. For instance, on the assembly line, you see the headlights come down the line, right? And it's your job to put the headlights in. There's no extra headlights that go on down the line and become just headlight parts. Oh, these are the pair of headlights that are going to Napa. They're going to CarQuest so people can have replacement parts. Ford, Chevy, Dodge, they're in the business of making the vehicle. They don't make extra parts. So they become super expensive. So this genius had the bright idea, working on the assembly line, apparently, of not putting the parts in. Well, he might have put some in, and then he pocketed the rest. I don't know how you pocket a bumper. But millions of dollars of brand new Ford hoods, bumpers, and taillights had begun disappearing off the assembly line. This went on for over a year, until finally authorities looked into it and they found it was just one dude, a former Ford Motor employee, slipped parts out of 3 different plants he worked at in Wayne and in Dearborn and in Flat Rock. He did it for more than 2 years, and he funneled the loot. He funneled his part. He had a whole system in place where he fenced the Ford parts to a Detroit area auto shop, who then resold the parts on eBay, and he shared it. And it turned out he had millions of dollars in brand new Ford hoods, bumpers, and taillights. Millions of dollars. Wow. Who's the guy? Police Chief Issa Shaheen of Detroit PD said the suspect and several associates are now in custody and face potential charges of grand theft auto, racketeering, and running a criminal enterprise. They don't name the guy. Assume it's a guy, right? But it just said Ford worker, former Ford employee, slipped parts out of 3 different plants he worked at. Again, it's not like pocketing if you work for Apple Computer, it's not like pocketing a little piece of the motherboard or something. This is Ford trucks and cars. It's the entire hood and a bumper on the taillights. They were disappearing off the assembly line. And investigators have traced it to one guy who's running quite a black market business. Genius. Brilliant. Until you're caught. A great story from Amber Steinmetz in the Cowboy State Daily, how a Wyoming soldier incarcerated at Heart Mountain ended up rescuing a Holocaust survivor. Clarence Matsumura grew up in Granger, Wyoming. He was later incarcerated at Heart Mountain and then sent overseas to fight during World War II. While there, he rescued young Sally Gaynor from the Dachau Death March. Incredible story of how two lives came together, two people that would have never, you would think, have ever met, have ever encountered each other, have ever come together. But in the final days of World War II, thousands of prisoners from the Dachau concentration camp in southern Germany were evacuated in what has become known as the Dachau Death March on May 2nd, 1945. After days of marching, prisoner Sally Gaynor of Lithuania woke to find no German SS soldiers guarding him. All of a sudden, everybody had left without him. Well, hallelujah. He was free, except he was abandoned. He said he saw a dead horse and an overturned cart in a nearby field. He made his way there. He built a fire, used a knife he found, cut strips off the horse, strips of meat, and made himself a stew. And then later he heard vehicles approach and he thought, oh no, the Germans have come back for me. But no, it was a Japanese contingent, which included the Granger, Wyoming-born Clarence Matsumura, who was once incarcerated at Heart Mountain, came by and rescued him. He said, son, the war's over and you're free. What a story. Amber Steinmetz has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. You got to check that out. It's unbelievable. Well, that's going to do it for us on a Monday, Tuesday. We're going to call it Tuesday, but a lot of people are calling it Monday. Whatever. We'll see you again tomorrow on what we're going to call Wednesday on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Have yourself a great Tuesday, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.